that goes on beneath the forest canopy. This household hosts at least 3 children who have been trafficked for them. The children work during the morning on the farms and engage in petty trading in the afternoon. They paid between 800 and 1,500 Ghana cedis to use the children for a year.
12 million.
12 million.
50 million. You only see the way Kakranokra, your fan 50 as 16. Hey, I want to cry your cock. What one I bet you? Yama, the papa. The true swap, or more qua. Now, Yasandy. Now, it is come to obey you, my way. I want you to offer no. I feel you about 1 unique Kakra, only to offer no.
Wow.
So, hey, she's saying that's 800. Right?
Under the law, children who are recruited, transported, or traded for the purpose of labor exploitation are victims of human trafficking. A person who is involved in any part of the transaction may be referred to as a trafficker, including one who profits from this practice by exploiting the victims. Coordinator of Human Rights and Justice at Caritas Ghana, Reverend Sister Regina Ignatia Afla, plainly explains what constitutes trafficking. One trafficker who is responsible for the presence of many of these children in Eluokrom is Musa Kwabena. He says he entices the parents of these children to gain custody of them with the promise of exciting returns.
Oh, okay.
He has a network of traffickers in the northern part of Ghana, specifically Chereponi. They help him identify families with vulnerable children.
Okay.
Into Bibisa, no send ya Oma. 200 Ghana cedi. Police for no. 200. In case almost a colaka one then over catrum and I make 200 cedis now or they bema. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Like on say one country, so I know my side you on say French, so I get to be honest in the week now on my.
He told the investigative team he would charge 5,000 Ghana cedis to traffic at least 10 children for us. Our cover story was that we needed children to work on cocoa farms urgently. He revealed one of the approaches he adopts to outwit the security officers is to forge the national identity of these children.
25,000 and Colado does and I'll be to me, Diaba.
Okay, in Colande, I said, yeah, look, say, also say, Mount Wisdom, see. Be a mid money by 6, yeah, 7. Oh, but maybe we can, son, or more crown one, about 7. I say, Mutu, and I make a kind of me, but in Colana, what you and them count.
These costs increased the number of years these children spent working on cocoa farms at Eluokrum. Rashida was trafficked from Chereponi by Musa. She was in class 6 at a basic school in Chereponi.
I have said, dear, when I'm buying the first one, the temple from where you go from and food for us.
Working long hours is not new to Rashida. She says she has served 4 years already under her old master. She was just 11. She is now serving for 1,000 Ghana cedis, which will be paid to her parents. There is no intention of her master sending her to school. Another girl the investigative team came across is Maimuna. She's serving 4 years for an amount of 1,200 Ghana cedis. She was also brought from Chereponi by the same Musa. When she isn't hawking on the streets of Eluokrum, she assists with weeding on the cocoa farms. She says her sibling is also serving with another master at Eluokrum. She's working for a lesser wage of 1,000 Ghana cedis.
12 million.
12 million, yeah, 1,002. 12 million.
Another girl we met at Eluokrum is Yaa. She tells the investigative team she's 15 years old, but she looks much younger than the age she mentioned. She's picking cocoa pods on her master's farm as they harvest. She was also trafficked for a fee of 1,200 Ghana cedis. We managed to track down Yaa's master, Augustina Ama, popularly known as Ajara. The team escorted Ajara to her cocoa farm. She sees nothing wrong with children working. Ajara is not alone. Many people in this village see nothing wrong with this practice.
They say cocoa season be group ano. Say obe ye nipa mpo obebo ama wo. Eden. Ba de kura wo nya bi. Me teme de wo to de. Hwan na nko de na me de say. Ah, nti ka
Bibi to say sa. Na wa.
Sa. Nti say wo fa ba de ni no egu fo ma. No mo so asesa.
Okay.
Mo say. Ba de ka say omo gisika. Ana omo ka say e bibia. Say me nko amaye oba ka fra ministry. Cocoa fugu. Ba de. Esu sakura no amose child labor ya kire ba de. Ne plano. Wo nya lo ya. Wo ya ke to akura te satan. Obi obi be 2,000. Eh?
2,000.
Omoje
250 and 2,000.
20 million.
Ah. Mommy. Mommy is serious.
Me come chiro. Me come chiro. Sabe fabi me wo fuo wo akontomra area. Onsa hodin ni eti fa nketua mienu senya obi omoje me ba akoketua elu besa ata ata how many years omo 18
the nketua be 15
Obi 1,500.
In 15 years, no, 1,500. Now 15 years, no news.
Ajara explains that it's expensive to engage farm laborers. She admits she uses underage children on her other farms. It costs 1,500 Ghana cedis to even engage such children, she tells the investigative team.
Now, so you baby, I can't in the panel. Lord, the number, now what can I say? Besides duty and tea. Then if you know, or Sunday, or Jip. Sana now, what on Overton and Pavua, what on a party. I told the baby, almost back with you, and yes, we go when you want to say, because said, point to cry, no, Joe.
Scanning Quacolani, but a call no more.
The more so, the poor uncle. Into the require maybe say, yeah, for music and said, I'm on papa. Oh, they didn't show a couple of run on Picasa. Only also I did 2,000 or some I did 1,000. Then I walk. And you could be so much.
I don't know more sign paper. Nature be a simoon.
I send the pan baby one who need me. I wouldn't say, oh, I wouldn't, papa. And it is so free. Now they are collaborating, be a mamma and so tin. No, say my 1,000 of Yakoma. Better what baby. Oh, sure. It's Nipa not the banner. Or no, I'm with this kind of shannon. I saw no what can I say a big gun. The movie going to now I did. Into 1 pound qua, obeying.
That's 1,500 for 1 month and 1 year.
She says the reason they prefer younger children is they are easy to control. The older ones are difficult to control and engage in deviant behaviors. She says now children are rare to come by because many of them are engaged in illegal mining in the northern region. The Dean of the University of Ghana School of Law, Professor Raymond Atuguba, in his paper on human trafficking in Ghana, profiling the victims, indicates that they can mostly be traced from the northern, upper east, upper west, and Brong-Ahafo regions. According to him, victims of trafficking have little or no formal education and come from poor families. Augustina Akar uses a 13-year-old girl trafficked to assist her on her cocoa farm. She disclosed that some traffickers from the northern region were recently in the community, with children seeking to trade them to farmers. She says many of these trafficked children are exploited. She paid 1,000 Ghana cedis for the 13-year-old girl living with her. She says the children are very resourceful, depending on how they are treated.
Last 2 years, they have been final. They shall say 5 million. Until then, we'll try 3 years. Into 3 years, and no, 3 years, and then
according to a study done by the African Center for Human Development in Accra, trafficked women and children are usually sold or delivered into servitude by their parents. About 70% of trafficked women and children are handed over to traffickers by their parents and relatives. Only about 17.7% of the victims seek out the traffickers themselves, and about 0.3% of victims are kidnapped by traffickers. Reverend Sister Afla shares her perspective on this. Dauda Gambo is in his late 30s. He is responsible for many children who have been trafficked from Upper East and are working on cocoa farms in the eastern region. He says his relatives assist in the recruitment of these children. The investigative team requests his assistance to connect us to these relatives. We are on our way to Kulungugu in the Upper East region. Gambo's relatives assure the team they can get us children to work on cocoa farms. It will cost 70 cedis per day for each child we get. In some cases, what is spent to acquire the services of a child is less than the price of a bag of cocoa. Poverty and poor enforcement of the anti-human trafficking law seem to be the underlying cause for which parents give away their children. Joshua was 11 years old when his parents sent him away to work on his master's cocoa farms in the eastern regional village, Yokono.
What's it? Modo. Okay. Obo spraying so. Spraying then amoye. Mobile blackboard. Yes, Ben, I shall say so. Obo spraying. 11 years. Now you're spraying. Okay. Not spraying stress anyhow, you know.
Spray mobile stand. Then I'm here. If you are the video phone machine come here. And then I'll be answering what going to. Nti aduro na mususu anase no asa okwa wa hwie gum sa mususu okay na machine ni 11 years that spray machine to me the bochi ana kafkafu ni bi na mususu my motorized one in 11 years now the bochi.
The Ghana Cocoa Board says it's unaware children are trafficked to work on cocoa farms. It, however, considers the matter seriously and will be investigating it. Tepa is the district capital of Ahafo North. It is almost an hour's drive from the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi. A gently rolling landscape of thick forest and green vegetation greets me as I drive into the community. The mainstay of the people here are farming, petty trading, and fishing in small rivers. It is a beautiful scene as I journey to Tepa's notable towns of Manfo, Ekrakese, Konkori. But there is a dark side to this imagery: the use of children for cocoa farming. I meet Kwesi, sweating under a basket full of cocoa following his master. He was in class 3 when his education was cut short to begin his labor on the cocoa farm at Konkori. Oblivious of the thorns and overgrown weeds, he follows his master, collecting cocoa pods to fill their basket at the expense of being in school. Sadly, he has no idea of what he intends to be in future. For now, whatever aspirations he holds are tied to the wishes of his master. Kwesi lives with 43-year-old Sayuba Yakubu, but for the support of the little boy, he would have employed the service of a laborer, which cost 30 cedis a day. He says he pays Kwesi's parent 100 cedis periodically. Kwesi's place should be in an environment that offers him limitless opportunities to explore his talents, but the farm has replaced that opportunity. Another boy I spotted at Manfo harvesting cocoa is Moses. Part of his job is to assist with labor on the farms. He was in class 5 when he stopped school to become a farmhand. But like many children who work on cocoa farms, this opportunity to go to school is lost. He is now expected to serve his master for several years on this farm. His master's name, Musa Yakubu. "15-year-old Atta also works with his master, Kojo Gruma, who is riding a bicycle to the farm. Atta was bought from Garu Tempane in the Upper East region to assist with work on the cocoa farm. Atta should be in school at this time, but he's busily planting cocoa seedlings. Mr. Gruma tells me the 15-year-old boy was given to him to mentor.
Entina yenu say ye peba bi de betimi aboa ye anaka ye ba ye kakra
na edena o ka kire ne maame ne papa nsa na onene ba ha sei
o maame no papa su say me ba ha no o say na me ba na ayama omo nti kwala na nsu ndimiki.
Atta's parents do not get regular payment, but the agreement is that the family would receive financial support from Mr. Gruma whenever they are in need. That's the compensation for the long hours the 15-year-old invests in the farm.
Inti aya o send your bibi kakra bosume bia o send bibi komo omo ana.
O me send omo say elede omo hia sa every time bi na ade bi hia omo a obaka say we na hia na da bia mamtajin de omo mpesa
minim so oboa wo na ade no nko school enso.
Who say so cool de who say we na ka wo fe we na who say so cool de want to me ko you say oboa me.
Live on DSTV channel 421, Go TV channel 144. This is Joy Newsroom with me, Mami Sinyamche Thompson. In our headlines, there's our dangerous debt exchange program could wipe out middle class. Warning from Majority Leader Oseiche Mensah Bonsu as he urges government to expand engagements with stakeholders.
Many of what we are talking about, many of these holders also belong to the middle class. And that's where the major worry is.
A police gunned down suspected armed robber linked to the killing of a mobile money vendor in the Budumburum raid.
Only police one gidi no kaba compusa. So Johnny has bulletin and nine. Bulletin and nine. Some something better to see. At the moment said pow 2 to bear 6 times.
More as a second suspect is grabbed amidst the biting of the officers in the raid. Now, Ghana will soon be observing its close season together with other neighboring coastal West African states.
So, Fisheries of Ghana, Madam Awa Kumson, we're able to move from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire, to Togo, to Benin, to talk to the minister of these countries and tell him the impact of not observing closing season at the same time.
Ghana's Fisheries Commission says the move will impact positively on Ghana's fisheries industry.
Once we have a joint close season, it means that we will all go and rest. We will not, our canoe will not be moving from Ghana to others because the fish has no boundaries. So if you close and they go there, it doesn't make sense.
And management and staff of the Multimedia Group Limited held an annual prayer and Thanksgiving service to usher in the new year.
Bigger things 2023. We've been told that it's going to be challenging, but for those who know their God, of course, we'll sail through.
Expectations for 2023 are very, 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 very enormous.
2023 should be a better year.
We're live on myjoyonline.com and on all social media platforms. Stay for details. To our first story, the majority leader, Osei Mensah-Bonsu, says the survival of the middle class hangs in a balance as inclusion of their bonds could wipe them out completely. His caution comes as major stakeholders, including economists, urge government to halt the plan to include individual bondholders in the debt exchange program. A united group of individual bondholders have petitioned Parliament to get the finance minister to rescind the decision. There's more in the following report.
Parliament is on a break, but individual bondholders relentlessly dragged leadership from the majority and minority sides from their holidays to present their demands to them. Led by convener Senyo Hosi and lawyer Martin Pebu, their sole aim was to get Parliament to accept their petition to push their plea to the government to rescind its decision to include them in the debt restructuring deal. Senyo Hosi tells me the backing of Parliament's leadership is crucial.
This is about the sustainable good of Ghana. It's not about NDC and NPP. Individual bondholders are both in NDC and NPP. You have them all. They are in government as we speak. One of the most people who have called me are parliamentarians, ministers, senior government officials, former ministers, because they don't know they are left from the right anymore.
Representatives of the individual bondholders presented their petition to the majority leader, Osei Mensah-Bonsu, and ranking member on the Finance Committee, Kasiel Ato-Forcing.
You are representatives of our people. We've come to you. We do not believe that the words shared by the finance minister, and if I, with your permission, I would read. He quoted 1 Samuel 30 verse 19, saying, "Nothing was missing, small or great. I say to you, nothing will be lost, nothing will be missing, nothing will be broken. We will together recover all." Unfortunately, if you analyze what has been put before individual bondholders, even at a very conservative rate, which is the original coupon rate, 50% of the wealth or investment of individual bondholders is just wiped off.
This is not to say we do not appreciate the situation in which the country is at the moment. We do appreciate it. But if there is a challenge, why the over-focus on 1.3 million Ghanaians out of the about 35 million Ghanaians? Why are we being made to discriminately bear the burden of this country? It's one of the sour points when it comes to this particular decision of government.
As majority leader, and also to it's a collective. This is a national problem.
After listening to heartbreaking tales of the bondholders, ranking on the Finance Committee, Kasiel Ato-Forcing called on the government to halt the inclusion in the debt exchange program. He also called for extensive negotiations.
What surprises me most is the fact that the Jamaican example has been touted as the best practice because of the engagement that it went through before a final decision was made. Ghana had an option to learn from best practices where proper engagement was done in the case of Jamaica. And it's very simple. When you Google it, you see the best practices and everybody else talks about Jamaica. Today, Ghana's won. We are complaining of lack of engagement. You are saying that you are being forced to sign an agreement that you do not even understand, and no one has obviously engaged you. I think the time has come for us to call on a minister responsible for finance to immediately suspend the debt exchange program and engage further.
The lawyer for the group, lawyer Martin Pebu, is optimistic that there'll be positive news for his clients.
We hope there'll be positive news, yes, because I mean, it's clear that we either have to save lives or die trying. There's no other option. We have to save these individual bondholders.
For JoyNews, Mamisi from.
Meanwhile, Majority Leader Oseche Mensah Bonsu fears progressing without caution would not only terminate the middle class, but destroy the savings culture of the citizenry, which has taken decades of painstaking work to build.
We've gone through this before, way back some 25, 30 years ago. And repositioning was a major difficulty. Today, many people are coming on board. And if this thing should happen, how do we build confidence and trust in reconstructing a new savings culture? And it's like, really, many of what we are talking about, many of these holders also belong to the middle class. And that's where the major worry is. If we are wiping away the middle class, that's going to be dangerous. That's going to be dangerous. So we need to have some further dialogue on this. I'm not sure the government is, takes interest and joy in suppressing. No government would have any joy in doing that. So government thinks that this is the best way forward. However, even if it is, we need to engage.
Central East Police Command has gunned down a suspected armed robber linked to the robbing and killing of a mobile money vendor 2 weeks ago in Budumburam. The police raided the home of the suspect identified as Kwame upon a tip-off. However, police shot him when he attempted to flee with handcuffs. Meanwhile, the police managed to arrest a second suspect after a tussle that led him biting the hand of the officer. Here are eyewitnesses who spoke to a sister station, Adom News in Chi.
Ya wahana ya hunse na 222. So 222 na yaso yatitama mko hwese de na ukoswa 222. But na mko hunse police for ne obi struggle ho very seriously. Odu omo abona handcuff but still na omo police for no da so struggle ho. Omo bubo woni should anka obe comply but still so omo struggle cause later no be say na otumrika se on Johnny ya no mo yeden omo shoot no so omo shoot yu ya yewo ira ho no na ya yi ho na policeman be ka kire say mobile money bia omo arrest omo arobe mobile money wura bi wo ira ha kono sa squad na omo ye 3 omo achi bako ti car mo a omo di aba no bako ti inside nko omo be chi onu so no omo ade omo akobat da we on comply ama onu kura waka omo bako so entina abanisa
oni police one ye gidigidi no ka ba kompusa so Johnny afas bullet in the nine bullet in the nine something in bed to asi at the moment say pow 2 bear 6 times
intimate say dey na me pia point and be joint me say omo the boy bi je omo so omo fa ni samba na omo fa handcuff ni sa no so onye ene so omo di car ni tuo no mo bro na o di handcuff ni sha ni sa the one so matu ni na tuo no ka agi no koto store bi enim no man so man be no mu ni be da papa bi ni store ni dan enim so di shoot one man etuo one man to mienu na afi de me ho na mo yi handcuff ni de efi ni nsa ba mo hwa ade bi wo fo ye ho ade pe ko mo hwa mo hwa ade ni saa na afi e ja on de da omo so mo yi adwuma nto bi enru adem na police fu yi adwuma nto bi enru adem tie genja sa ye ho somebody ke bia ba na mo de rubber ka mo de be hye boy no no o mo de boy no ko he.
And you heard some eyewitness account of a shooting that happened in Bujumbura. And meanwhile, the police says that a third suspect is on the run. Away from that, psychologist with the Psychiatric Association of Ghana, Dr. Ruth Owusu Entry, is calling on school authorities and parents of students who were dismissed to consider counseling. The students were seen in a viral video hurling insults at the president. However, President Akufo-Addo has directed the Ministry of Education and the Ghana Education Service to reverse their decision to sack the students. Although that their rustication was short-lived, Dr. Ruth Owusu Entry fears the students are likely to suffer irreparable psychological damage.
I am sure that by now they are very disrupted. They probably have regretted their actions. And I totally agree with the presidency saying that alternative disciplinary action should be taken. Well, if children or young people go wrong, we need to discipline them. That there is no two ways about it. We must register our displeasure at their actions and let them know what. But disciplinary actions should not deprive them of a good and a bright future. When we carry out disciplinary actions, the eventual aim is to make these people better than they were before. And so any disciplinary action that would end the person up in a worse state is not the right thing, it's not appropriate.
So what are the alternatives and the best practices that Ghana could adopt in handling issues of this nature when they arise? We're joined on Zoom by Ben Kobler, Country Director, Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council and Education Policy Expert, with some perspectives on this. We'll also be joined by Professor of Educational Leadership at the University of Cape Coast, Professor George Kweku Toku Odru. And so if you can hear me, what are the alternatives that have worked in our places, and how could Ghana explore this in such situations? Hello, Prof. Hello, Prof, if you can hear me. I'm asking, what are the alternatives that have worked in other places, and how could Ghana explore these alternatives in such situations? Prof, if you can hear me, I'm asking, what are the alternatives that have worked in other places, and how could Ghana explore this in such situations?
Hello. I'm not too sure if the question is being directed to me, but whether it's to...
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, right. So I think initially what we need to recognize as a country or as a society is that such behaviors of the student is appalling, and it shouldn't be encouraged as a country. Good schools encourages good behavior, and I think that's something that we need to also recognize. I also commend the President of the Republic and his Minister of Education, whom I respect dearly, for taking such a bold step. But fundamentally, as a country, we need to find out, or as a school authority, we need to find out why the student behaved the way they did. And it's really, really important to highlight that. An incident happened a couple of years back, I think, in relation to a Chimota school, which a student had a haircut. It had to do with the hair. And I think such incident is similarly playing out here. And fundamentally, you realize that it's either the school system or the leaders within the school do not have a school or disciplinary policy well outlined within the school environment. So that's really, really important.
Right.
Such an issues that keep occurring is something that we need to. This is a cultural issue from my perspective, and I think rightly from what the lady said before we coming on board, I think we need to help the students get better and become better citizens within our society. So it's the responsibility of the school authorities to sit down and really understand why will such a student behave the way they did, and then they'll be able to resolve the issues. Like I said, good schools encourages good behavior.
So, Mr. Kobler, do you think that these students should be punished for what they did? And if so, what kind of punishment should be meted out?
Well, it's not plain sailing or to just give a description of what sort of punishment should be. I highlighted on something very important. Every school, well, from the government perspective and right down to the school level, there has to be a school disciplinary policy. The question is, do we have that in our school system? If we don't have that, then there's a problem now thinking about what sort of punishment to mete out to students. And that's a big problem. And that's something that I see playing out. And it will keep going on until we develop a proper policy to support the school system, get a better training, the teachers train better to understand how to discipline the student. Because if you're able to discipline the student, its impact in the classroom, students are well behaved and you get better outcomes. That's it. But if you try to do fix, an issue comes, you react. These are the sort of responses that you're going to get. And obviously, as a society, like I said, we really respond to issues, especially when people who we see as our elders, even when they are doing the wrong thing, we sort of, you can't say, it becomes like a taboo. But if we begin to understand and encourage people to speak out, one, and to speak up professionally or properly, it becomes much easier to determine what sort of punishment to give. But it goes back to whether do we have a school policy at all.
Right. We're grateful for your time here on JoyNews. Now, Ghana will soon be observing its close season together with other neighboring coastal West African states. This is according to the Fisheries Committee for the West Central Gulf of Guinea, the technical arm of ECOWAS that implements ECOWAS policies on fisheries and aquaculture. Speaking at the 14th session of the Conference of Ministers of the Fisheries Committee for the West Central Gulf of Guinea in Accra, the Secretary General of the FCWC, Seraphine Didi Naji, said the effort is aimed at maximizing the benefit of the close season in Ghana, since the fisheries resources are shared with other neighboring countries.
Ghana, for the past 5 years, is pushing to have a closing season on a regular basis. And this is a very good initiative because it's have as consequence to reduce the fishing effort in a certain period, which is the period where the stock is trying to be rebuilt. So if we keep this period quiet for the stock to be rebuilt, it means that by the end you may have more stock, more given that will grow and colonize the EEZ of Ghana. Unfortunately, when Ghana is closing, the other neighboring countries is not taking action. So we observe that the vessels and canoes are moving from Ghana to the neighboring country while the resources are shared. So based on Ghana's experiences, we tried to understand this phenomenon very deeply. So during this year, the year 2022, we conducted a pilot study in Ghana and its neighboring country, Cote d'Ivoire and Togo, to see what's happening during the closing season in Ghana. And we realized that what is really happening may not serve and may not help Ghana's policy. So we have discussed with the different neighboring countries, with the support of the Minister of Fisheries of Ghana, Madam Awa Kumson, we're able to move from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire, to Togo, to Benin, to talk to the minister of these countries and tell him the impact of not observing closing season at the same time. And through this discussion, they also understood the interest and the common need to have this closing season happening together with this.
Executive Director of the Fisheries Commission of Ghana, Fred Kwesi Entry-Boadu, says a joint close season will inure to the benefit of Ghana. He's been speaking with my colleague, Richard Kojonyako.
The whole industry have come to accept that the close season is good and has really helped them. So I'm expecting that this month, January, the ministry will announce the next close season. What we realized that, and at FCWC, they had a consultant to go to other countries to also solicit their views on what Ghana is doing. So the report was shared yesterday. What the minister did and what we realized was that when we close our sea, they ran to places like Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, and the rest. And once they are done, we open, they all come back. So when they go, they also create a lot of mess that is there.
What are some of the mess that the research found?
The research could not mention exactly the mess, but those the interview were saying that they come and they leave a mess. Once they are all moving there, there's also pressure on their sea. So it is good and it will be better if we have that joint close season. So I joined minister to Cote d'Ivoire to discuss it, which their minister also accepted to have it. We went to Togo, went to Benin, and Liberia also came. They also visited us, and we discussed it. So as part of the FCWC conference, ministerial conference, that aspect will also be discussed, where we can have a joint close season. So we realized the first 2 days, 11, 12, has been a technical meeting to all discuss and agree on a joint one, which we believe, we're hoping that today they will take a decision on that. Once we have a joint close season, it means that we will all go and rest. We will not, our canoe will not be moving from Ghana to others, because the fish has no boundaries. So if you close and they go there, it doesn't make sense. So I think the joint close season will really help us.
So this year we are expecting that about 3 of the countries will join Ghana.
Our target is to have all 6 doing at the same time.
This year?
This year. So, but the outcome we'll hear from it today. So our expectation is that all 6 should agree so that we can have one close season.
We're joined via Zoom by Executive Director of Hen Impuano, Kofi Agogba. Kofi, if you can hear me, the move to have a joint close season, is it a good move?
Thank you very much. This is a very laudable move, and we hope and pray that all other countries in the FCWC will join in observing one regional close season. We are saying this because the stocks are shared by the countries in the region, particularly the Sardinella stock, which is shared between Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, and Benin. We know that Ghana harvests about 85% of the stock. So if the other countries are harvesting the other 15, and we close the season and Ghanaian fishermen move to those other countries, we are not achieving the targets that we expect. So at this point in time, the advocacy and the discussions have centered around having a regional close season, and the other countries are coming on board. And we think that if we continue to do this with time, we'll be reaping the benefits of the close season. I hear the executive director talking about the mess that our people go out there to create. If you go to Togo, for instance, before a close season, they may be having about 1,000 vessels or canoes which are going out to sea to catch fish. But immediately the season closes in Ghana, then there is pressure. You have about 3,000 canoes that leave Ghana to those countries to join their forces to fish. And you know the social implications, the pressure at the ports, space to berth canoes, and other social issues that come with it. So it is important that when we close the season, every fisherman stays put so that the fish can have some holiday, breed, repopulate the seas so that we can begin to see the gains that come with it.
Kofi, but this brings us to the question of impact on the supply of fish in the system. And even so, before this joint close season is initiated, what are the preparations towards this end goal?
Let me say that if there's no pain, there's no gain. We are already under stress. Our stocks have dwindled over the last 2 decades. We need to rebuild these stocks. So at some point, hard decisions will have to be taken. And one of the measures that we have to employ is the close season to get the fish to repopulate the sea. Yes, it will come with some problems. But then, talking to fishermen, what they are saying is that if we close the season or we plan to close the season, they have to be informed in good time so that they can have some savings towards the close season. It is 2 months. If you ask them how much they spend in a month, they should be able to tell you. And if they will use 6 months or 8 months to save towards that period, then at least when the period comes, they have some savings to follow. The business of announcing the close season maybe a week, 2 weeks, or say a month before the close season puts a lot of pressure on government, and fishermen are asking for compensation. But let's ask ourselves, who is a fisherman? Immediately you talk about compensation, then everybody comes and says he's a fisherman. As we speak now, we don't have a register of who a fisherman is. So the best thing to do is to announce the close season in good time, do some communication towards that, get them to have that savings culture, and then when the time comes, they have something to follow. Yes, we agree that during that period, there will be some short supply of fish to the generality of the population. And this is something that we all have to live with. And as you know, the women are very savvy in their processing techniques. So before this season, they can process a lot of fish, save them somewhere, and during that low season, they can supply them to the market. What it means is that if there's not much fish in the market, the women can also make a little more profit because of the shortage in the system. So it has to be a win-win situation, although there will be some pain. Since 2016, we have been practicing this close season, and it was extended to the artisanal fishers around 2019 thereabout. COVID closed the season in 2020 for us, and we continued with the 2021-2022 close seasons. So it has come to stay, and fishermen are beginning to, yes, have it as part of their annual rest period. So we think that going forward, if we continue to close the season, we should be able to make some gains down the line. But all that I'm saying here is that we have to do the announcement as early as possible So fishermen know that during the period, July, August, September, the fishery will be closed, and therefore they have something to live on.
Thank you very much, Kofi Agbegba, Executive Director of Henning Puano. And on this note, we'll take a breather. We'll be right back with more.
Azan ya fana kwa 1 week 2 weeks ya azan da babia nya azan kitwa kwa na tumre ana ma sirin da sai yanyan da bai 1 week ni kwa na tuto mutie mai nya accident e so duro na so wan to bo a wo so ne ma etimi balance ma ye den witimi to fom kwa no so balance tutu amuna.
Give them 360.
Ghanaians are doing it out here. I wish we would celebrate them as much as we do, or as they deserve back at home as well. Like they always say, a prophet is not really respected in his home. So I hope that's not going to be our case forever. Let's appreciate what we have. Sometimes how you celebrate what you have is what will make other people appreciate it too. And right now the whole world is coming to Ghana. Why? We have something they don't have. Let's really think about it. It's not always about the money. It's how we can leverage what we have, the peace we have, and blow it out of proportion and make money out of it. I said Nigerian blogger said something. He said Ghanaians have peace, but they don't have love for each other. I hated it when I heard it, but it started looking real to me more than ever. Like we're seeing people on social media just talking about other people's personal lives, women insulting each other and all that. Where's that going to take us? Right? Let's use this opportunity to blow people up, get our artists out there, encourage them. Artists, don't let it get to your head. Ghana is too small. There's more out there. Like, blow out.
Hana na yedi agro oba siso eni nyoma bebre wo ha ya ye no ade ankwala trem di agro nya ne wo furu sane no
free by 5:30 uko se mo nam nipa be 10 na mutwam ha na mutimi ntwam yekum nipa to ya akromfo omo de da hanom edi ewu hanom nti ese na ada omo memeye maye na ne yeti mantem hanom no ye bre
e ba ye no mahwe edi hu nkomo bebre actually se wo se kwa assembly ma ye hwe ekwan be fa so a ye betimi aye emu bi baako ene ko ya kodu senka the then education minister ma ya be renovate library and in the park.
Amakom is one of the ancient towns in Kumasi until recently, where people decide to add cement and sand to, you will see the mud structures. Yes, we are developing, but I think the rate, as I've said.
The national chairman of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, wants party members to go of all rancor in the party to build a solid campaign team for the 2024 general election. Johnson Esiedun-Ketia says factions within the party will disrupt the good message of the party and ruin the campaign in the next election. He spoke to the media during a reconciliation tour in the Ashanti region.
EC has started its reconciliation tour in the Ashanti region to iron out issues that can derail the party's agenda to regain political power in the 2024 general elections. The team was led by National Chairman Johnson Esiedun-Ketia, together with some party elders, including Kofi Totobi Kwachi and Colonel retired Larry Bevlolati. National Chairman Johnson Esiedun-Ketia says they aimed at uniting the base of the party and building peace as the party prepares for the must-win 2024 general elections.
We've
sat through series of meetings, and I'm happy to report that we have made significant progress towards the reconciliation of the party in Ashanti. At least at the level of region, the regional executives have resolved to work together. The regional executives on one side and the Council of Elders on the other side have also resolved to work together.
The delegation engaged in a dialogue with the Ashanti regional executives, members of the Ashanti Caucus, Regional Council of Elders, and other identifiable groups within Ashanti NDC. Johnson Esedun Ketia says he holds no grudges against any member, including the former chairman of the party, and wants party folks to do away with factions.
I have indicated to them and to the rest of the party that if part of the decision is traceable to the contest that I was involved in, I don't hold any grudge against anybody within the party, because I'm one of the people who designed the 1992 Constitution and opted for multi-party democracy. Multi-party democracy involves choice. So you commit no offense if you make a choice and your choice happen not to have won the day. So I want to thank you, and I want to communicate through your various media to our party rank and file that nobody should hold themselves as the group belonging to Nana Kwasi, a group belonging to Jabari, a group belonging to Esedun Ketia, or a group belonging to Ofosu Ampofo. Those are things of the past. There is work ahead of us. Let us unite and make sure that we win and win convincingly.
Oko Malik's report read to you.
Boko West District Chief Executive Isahako Tahiru has revealed that refugees from Burkina Faso who are currently settled at Sapeliga have so far been compliant, law-abiding, and have not given the District Security Council any reason to be alarmed. He said last year when the refugees first arrived, the District Assembly was concerned about the security implications of accommodating them, but so far they've demonstrated honesty, comportment, and discipline, and need more support to live in dignity. The DC was given an address when the Navrongo-Bolgatanga Catholic Diocesan Development Organization, with the support from the Catholic Relief Services, donated assorted food items and toiletries to the refugees. APA's regional correspondent Albert Sori reports.
These Burkinabe refugees started arriving at Sapeliga in the Boko West district of the Upper East region in the year 2019. They were forced to flee from their village in Burkina Faso after terrorists raided some communities there. Boko West District Chief Executive Isahako Tahiru recounts.
There was a situation at Kaya, a village called Kaya in Burkina Faso, where these jihadis attacked the communities, killed almost everybody. The women and children had to escape. And this is where they found themselves here. When we got this information, we rushed to come and see. The situation was really too bad. That time it was rainy season. There was nothing like this. Get some few structures. You enter inside and the whole place is water. And look at this, our children.
He says the refugees, since their arrival, have coexisted peacefully with Ghanaians and have been law-abiding.
We were not even sure. These people that are here are the jihadis themselves hiding here. But we kept on to make sure that they were people who really needed our assistance. They are so disciplined. They comport, they listen to us, and whatever instructions we give them, they comply.
According to the district chief executive, it has been difficult supporting the refugees to settle here in Sapeliga. and the assembly has largely depended on aid and donations from NGOs and other benevolent organizations. One such organization is the Navrongo Bolgatanga Catholic Diocesan Development Organization, NABOCADO, which, with support from the Catholic Relief Services, donated assorted food items and toiletries to the refugees at Sapeliga. The donation was part of their Christmas and New Year corporate social responsibility of giving hope to the underprivileged in society. Most Reverend Alfred Agenta is Bishop of the Navrongo Bolgatanga Catholic Diocese.
We are touching the refugee problem directly and concretely as we see the faces of these children, women, and our brothers and sisters. This is not normal. This is not human. This is not dignifying. And so it is for this reason that we are grateful that we have had opportunity also to be part and parcel of bringing relief to our brothers and sisters here.
Over 1,400 refugees who are now settled into 338 households at Sapeliga benefited from the donation. Each household received bags of rice, maize, and beans, as well as cooking oil, salt, and some non-food items, including soap, blankets, mosquito nets, sanitary pads, mats, and buckets. Each household was also given a cash amount of 320 Ghana cedis. Ghana country representative for the Catholic Relief Services, Daniel Mumuni, noted that the refugee crisis in Africa was rising despite decades of efforts to address it.
Until a few months or maybe a year ago, these people lived in very safe, secure, nurturing environments and communities. And just at the snap of a finger, they are displaced people in a completely strange country. It's a sharp reminder of how we should also ensure that we are maintaining peace internally as a country, even intertribal situations, chieftaincy situations, but more importantly, the growing threat of violent extremism.
The refugees at Sapeliga expressed their gratitude to the Catholic Church and the Catholic Relief Services for the kind gesture. For Joy News, Albert Sorry, Sapeliga, Boko West District.
White teeth remain desirable and people go to many lengths to achieve this, but this does not come without consequences. My colleague Jesse Sewabwafo and Esther Nkrumah explore this issue in the following report.
For teeth whitening, I've not tried it before, but it's like the chance, I've not gotten the chance, so maybe one day I'll try.
The desire to whiten one's teeth is not new, dating far back as the ancient times when people used to chew sticks to scrape particles off their teeth. More complex methods sprung up in the 1980s with reliance on bleaching agents. This was discovered accidentally when dentists used peroxide to treat gum disease, realizing it whitens the teeth. Many tend to think having a white teeth is ideal.
A perfect teeth should look white.
Those days when we were in school, the teachers, they used to do inspection. The teacher will make you open your mouth wide to see. They're looking for white color. To see them, they want to make sure that your teeth are white. But today you see children, some of their teeth are brownish and all this thing. I will be wondering, so does it mean nobody check all this? So I have personally went to some of the schools.
And they go all lengths to achieve this.
I have tried the charcoal and plantain. My mom told me if I use the charcoal and the plantain, my teeth will be whiter.
I've done it before I came here, to be very honest, yeah. And it was a bit painful, but I really wanted to try it out because, yeah, obviously, everybody wants white teeth now.
The experts disagree.
So nobody is entitled to extremely white teeth.
Dr. Ewa Mensah is a dentist at Safadi Dental Consult.
So when it comes to healthy teeth, there are different shades of teeth. People have the notion that when you have white teeth as white as the piano keys or the keyboard, that's when you know you have healthy teeth. But bear in mind, we are not all born with the same type of teeth. The teeth is structured in a way that we have an outer layer, which we call the enamel. It looks a bit white in color. Beneath the enamel is a less white layer, which we call the dentine. That's naturally yellow in color. We have the innermost part of the teeth called the pulp. So take the enamel to be a translucent object, for instance, where light can pass through, but you cannot see beyond it. Beneath it is the dentine, which is naturally yellow in color. So what you naturally see in the mouth is the dentine. And the thickness of the enamel determines whether you see more of the dentine or you see less of the dentine. So if you look at my shade guide that you see here, these are the various shades of teeth, of people's teeth. You don't see extremely white teeth from this shade guide. You see it runs from a bit brownish to yellow to a bit of grayish white on this shade guide.
He explains why people don't have white teeth.
Enamel discoloration is in two parts. We have what we call an intrinsic and we have the extrinsic. Intrinsic type of stains are developmental stains, or let's say genetic stains that we get from probably our parents, and we have some that are such that certain diseases, for instance, if you have what we call tetracycline stains when you're younger and you take certain medications, they sort of discolor the teeth even before the teeth even appear in the mouth. We have those type of stains called the intrinsic stains. We have the extrinsic stains. The extrinsic stains are from plaque and tartar deposits. They are from certain stains from the intake of tea, coffee, wine, and certain food substances that can discolor the teeth over a period of time. We call them chromogens that actually discolor the teeth.
How about those who still want to opt for teeth whitening?
Teeth whitening is more of a cosmetic procedure done for patients. Not everybody needs teeth whitening. The major side effect is teeth sensitivity because of the chemical we use. We either use high levels of carbamide peroxide or hydrogen peroxide to attain the shade of the teeth that we want. Our teeth sensitivity is one of the side effects, and also the fact that it's not permanent. Most people feel that once you whiten your teeth, it's going to last forever. No, it lasts for about 3 or 4 months, and after that, the whitening effect comes down a bit.
Not all teeth must be necessarily white. Therefore, consider the stress and the cost of teeth whitening before undertaking the procedure. Jesse Sewa Boafo and Esther Nkrumah's report for JoyNews.
The Social Security and National Insurance Trust has increased monthly pension payments by an average of 25%. The review will see all 234,000 legitimate pensioners on the SNIT pension payroll as of the end of December 2022 have their monthly pensions increased by a fixed rate of 19% plus a redistributed flat amount of 73 cedis, 58 pesos by the increment. The minimum paid pensioner will receive 430 Ghana cedis, while the highest paid pensioner receives 169,000 cedis, 725. The Director General of SNIT, Dr. John Ofori Tenkran, who announced this, said the projected expenditure on pensions only for 2023 will be 4.3 billion Ghana cedis, which is 850 million more than last year.
We have to keep the faith with our pensioners. We cannot make them worse off. So if you look at the fact that last year the indexation rate was 10% and it's increased 150%, 150% increase to 25. I'm sure you can appreciate the kind of stress that it puts on us, on the scheme. And another way to look at it is also like this. You see that because we've had to do that redistribution, the 70%, almost 70% of our pensioners are going to get above 25% increase. So there are people at the low end. The guy who was the lowest earning pensioner is going to now get 43.53%, which is close to the numbers, the inflation numbers that we are talking about. So yes, I would admit that it is not what under normal economic circumstances we should be aiming to do.
But I hope you agree with me that it's better than some of the alternatives that people have.
Economist with Andrews University, Professor Williams Pepper is calling on the government to, as a matter of urgency, review its capital expenditure. This comes after government agreed to increase the base pay of public sector workers by 30% for 2023. Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta said the deal will put a strain on the finances of the country. But Professor Williams Pepper said the country must take critical measures to fill the vacuum that will be created.
If we follow the normal process, this negotiation should have happened somewhere in March 2022. But then we delayed, and as at November, when government was presenting the budget, it was not concluded. I know that government would have anticipated a certain percentage and put it in the budget. So at the time, government was proposing about 18%. So my guess would be that was what was factored into the budget. So there will be a difference of about, say, 26 or 28% that has been added on. The implication will be that government may be cutting some expenditure line items to make way for this, or government will be relying on central bank in the form of monetarization or giving overdraft to government to be able to pay these bills. Or the third option will be that government will be increasing the treasury bill requirement to be able to meet the salary payment. And then the fourth option will also be that government will be cutting down some capital expenditure line items. So government may have an option. If government decide not to implement a cost-cutting measure, what it means is that it will throw the budget out of gear. And by the end of 2023, we'll be seeing that the wage bill will be going up.
Management and staff of Multimedia Group Limited held their annual Thanksgiving service yesterday at Victory Baptist Church International in Kokomlemle. The service commemorated by the organization acknowledged the goodness of the Lord in the life of the organization. Esther Nkrumah was there and has filed the following report.
Management and staff of the Multimedia Group Limited gathered at the Victory Bible Church International to give thanks to the Lord and look forward to the opportunities of the coming year. The team expressed their gratitude to God as they danced to the sweet melodies by the Multimedia Choir. Gospel artist Perez Music also led the team in a session of intense worship. Resident pastor of the Victory Bible Church International, Bishop Emmanuel Akong, in his sermon, encouraged journalists to be circumspect in their reportage, especially as the country gears up for the 2024 general elections. According to him, the peace in the country must be preserved and the media should lead that campaign.
And so amidst the competition and the economic challenges that we find ourselves in and the issues that comes up in your line of duty, I believe that every one of you have a reason. If you are alive today, you have a reason to say thank you, God. Thank you to the superiors. Thank you even to your subordinates. Thank you to everyone who makes this group of companies or this establishment thrive and also touch our country in a special way. Then again, I must quickly state that this country is in a very challenging time. And moving towards 2024, we need media institutions who are mature, who are experienced, who have also gone through some thick and thin and come out as better. Balanced media houses like multimedia to guide this nation, inform this nation into the peace that we enjoy and even more. And I pray that we can trust you to guide our nation into that.
Bishop Akong also prayed for the preservation of management and staff of the Multimedia Group Limited.
So on that note, I raise my hand over your life. And by the graces I have found, I pronounce the blessing of God over this august group, this already thriving group, that you will go from leaps to bounds.
Some staff shared their expectations for the year 2023.
I expect bigger things 2023. We've been told that it's going to be challenging, but for those who know their God, of course, will sail through. And I know my God, and I know I will sail through. I'll make more money. It's a year of making money.
My expectations for 2023 are very, 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 very enormous. But again, I am praying to God to see me through it.
2023 should be a better year. First of all, I'm praying for, of course, long life with good health for myself and for all my colleagues at MGL. And may we see expansion of our territories. Good health, long life is the most important thing.
The Multimedia Group Limited will be forever grateful to the Lord for how far He has brought the organization. Esther Nkroma's report read to you.
And on that Thanksgiving note, we end the news here at Joy Newsroom. There's more news on myjoyonline.com. Thank you for staying.
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs. Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Namnim say saya ade no. The second one na buy na am diko control disease for no.
This week, illegal mining has been hard on all media platforms. I'm talking about TV, radio, online. The Aisha One factor has been the big deal. It has gotten everyone talking about it. And it questions us as a nation if indeed we are winning the fight against illegal mining. Well, this week on Joy Campus, we're interacting with students of the Ghana Institute of Journalism in our part 2 of our campus edition, and we'll be gauging your thoughts about this phenomenon. Is there something we're doing right? Is there something that we're doing wrong? We'll gauge your thoughts this week on Joy Campus. My name is Faustina Safa, and of course, it's a pleasure to host you. Stay with me. with me 4 wonderful students, and I'll give them the honor of introducing themselves to us. First of all, what's your name?
So I'm Samuel Nyumabo. I'm a level 200 student of the Ghana Institute of Journalism, and I'm studying journalism as my course.
Nice meeting you. So let's get to know you. Your name?
Right, I'm Jessica Daisy Pina, a final year student of GIJ, and then I pursue journalism.
Nice meeting you, Daisy. And you?
I am Paul Nyoja Dalafu, a level 200 student studying journalism at the Ghana Institute of Journalism.
Nice meeting you, Paul. And finally?
My name is Wasila Asumbe. I'm studying journalism, level 400 student.
Nice meeting all of you. Now, first of all, I'll start with what is happening on campus. For you, a level 200 student, I'm sure there's a lot of things boggling your mind. First of all, how is campus like? Actually, this is level 200 for you, and this is the last semester, isn't it? What are some of the high and lows so far?
Currently, we are gearing towards our annual SRC election, so there's a lot of campaign going on campus, and just yesterday the SRC president appointed a new chair and a deputy for our electoral commission, so it means that officially campaign season has sort of opened, so we are seeing a lot of campaign activities going on. People who were doing the low-key campaigning are now coming out to advertise themselves for positions. So basically this semester is all about elections, and there's a lot of momentum gearing as we are gearing towards the elections.
Interesting. Do you have any favorite candidates amongst the people that have come out to declare openly their decision to run for any position?
I wouldn't say I have favorite, because most of the contestants are my friends. They're in level 400, so but they are my friends, because here we are not. The campus is not that big, so we know each other. Most of them are my friends. So there's a bit of conflict, because I'm having 2 friends contesting for one position, and I am in the middle. I'm having a dilemma of choosing who to vote for and all of these things. So I will not say I have, what do you call it? I like someone more than the other, but for now I'll keep my cool and wait till they finish their campaigns, then I'll know who to vote for and all of that.
Well, I'm sure you know by now that the SRC in GIJ has been criticized largely for being inactive. So what are you looking at? What are the qualities you're looking out for the new crop of leaders that will take up this mantle?
For GIJ, this is my second year, so I've witnessed 2 SRC presidents, and the current one included. So I want a vibrant leader, a leader that cares about students' issues, who takes students' interest paramount. I want a leader that will not sit in his office, but will go to the management and fight for students. There are a lot of issues that concern students on campuses. If you come to GIJ, a school of over 50 years, and if you see the facilities we have, and you ask yourself, when will things change? These are the things we need. We need facilities on campus. So we need leaders who can fight for these things, leaders who can bring in new investment into campus, leaders who can fight for students when maybe management take decisions that students feel like they don't like it. When decisions are against students, we need leaders who can fight for us. So I'm looking for somebody like that, not somebody who is fluent. These days, we students believe that, most of us believe that it is the fluent guys who are, the best leaders. But it's not about being able to speak the English language well. It's not about being able to express yourself well. It's about doing the job when you are given the mantle. So I need a leader who will put words into actions.
Interesting. So Samuel, I'll be coming back to you to get other thoughts. But let me move to you, Daisy. For you, level 400 students, there's a lot of pressure because this is your final year. How are you coping?
Honestly, it's not that easy, honestly. When I was in level 100, 200, I never knew I would get to this stage. Because my colleagues or seniors used to tell me level 400 was that difficult, but I told myself, maybe they are just trying to scare us. But when I get there, now that I'm there, I'm really facing it in reality. The pressure is there in terms of coming to school every day, trying to cope with assignments, that of project work. It's not that easy. handling both sides, coming to school, coming to lectures every day, and then attending to assignments every day. There are lots of assignments, and then presentations, project work is calling, supervisors are, scheduling meetings with students to come. So it's not that easy. It's not easy, honestly.
I can imagine. So share with me, which one of your project work have you started working on so far, and what topic are you looking at?
So far, I'm working on the final project work. Every final year student in tertiary usually do. And my group, we are looking at the representation of females in broadcast journalism, specifically in the sport journalism aspect. Yeah.
Interesting topic. Have you started speaking to individuals already? Because for me, I find that very interesting.
We've started with our project work so far. We are at chapter 3. We haven't started with the survey yet, but so far the data we've collected, they are just journals from other scholars who have researched about that topic. So far that is what we've had, and per the research we've had so far, you could see that in the sports journalism aspect, hardly there are not enough, let me just put it that way, not enough females in that field. Mostly, out of 100%, I would say 85 or even 95% of male dominates the females in that aspect. So I realized that more females are needed in terms of the reporting of sports and even broadcasting it. So that's what I've seen.
Would that even shape your narrative? Should you complete school, would you be willing to even consider reporting for sports?
Definitely, I'll be willing, because I even brought that topic in the group. I suggested that topic that we should look out for it, because most of the time, final year students, usually with their project work, they look out for social media, how people are engaging in social media. But I realized that this is an interesting topic that people don't really pay attention to. And we have realized that this is sports. And when you come to Ghana, basically men are seen to be the sport addicts. But females seem to be like sports, yeah, for men. Let me just go ahead with my daily activities. So I said, let's just do this. And they agree. And I realized that this is so far what I've seen and what I've read. It's something I would love to do when it comes to maybe in the media space. Since I'm offering journalism, basically that is what I want to be or where I want to go. So I would love to engage or explore that field, at least. If I'm not able to impact others, but myself will serve as an example to other females who think sports journalism is for male, but they will look up to me when I become one.
Interesting. Now, Daisy, I'll be coming back to you to get more conversations, but let me move on to you. First of all, you are a continuing student. How does it feel like, especially in this economy, surviving and being a student?
Well, I would have loved to say it's hard, but in the local parlance of a Ghanaian, we are all told to be Ghanaians and not spectators, and we are all told to be managers, and so therefore we are actually managing the situation and managing ourselves as well.
So far, you're almost approaching the end of the semester. I'm sure there's a lot on your table. How do you combine all this project works and assignments plus the cost that comes with it? How do you do it? Do you rely solely on your parents, or do you have to juggle between jobs?
Well, I don't want to sound pessimistic, but I will have to say all this is done through perseverance and endurance. And when you have the zeal to persevere, you will always go through. For instance, there are some circumstances that you are called to do something immediately, and you are given assignments with limited time. So you need to take cue from the assignment, quickly rush there and do it. And otherwise, you are also given group work. Just as today, about 4 group work has to be done.
Wow.
So I need to step out from 6 a.m. and I'm still on campus here.
Wow.
So I have to meet each group so that we do due diligence to the assignment that's been given. And also, you see, when we are looking about management, in terms of academics, I don't think any student will shy away from studies. But students, I see sometimes do shy away from studies because what will bring them to classes? What will bring them to lectures?
So they lack transportation?
There's no transportation. People come to campus, they become stranded, they rely on colleagues. I have several circumstances whereby someone had to call me on phone, Charlie, if you don't help, I can't go home. And quickly I have to do that because you can't allow your colleague student to sleep on campus because he lacks certain things. And as well, while GIJ students, we as students continue to live in the student politics, I foresee something that is very wrong, and we are trending on a dangerous ground. To the extent that students getting into politics with the mindset that they are going to be integrated into national politics. So their focus is to deceive us for our votes, and afterwards they go to make their fame outside there. And for me, I am not standing for anybody.
In this year's election?
In this year's election.
Why?
Until I see somebody coming up with a policy that I think is in the paramount interest of colleague students, just like I am. We have a lot of things ongoing on campus here where RSSC need to have taken cue of it. I don't think anybody is taking the advantage. A couple of days ago, I went to the, excuse me if someone is somewhere eating. I went to the washroom and I was like, I saw, how do you call it? Tiros, which I don't used to see. I begin to question myself. Where from this? Because I know GIJ probably have not provided this before.
So these are candidates trying to woo you,
yes,
by providing you with tiros,
yes,
an essential they overlooked before the campaign time. Interesting.
So how you want to convince me to vote for you? That means you are buying my vote. You are using your intelligence to buy my vote, which will not work. Until I see that students' politics is for students and not for the national interest. Whatever we do in GIJ should be in the paramount interest of the students. You coming up with Tiro to give students is an inducement. Coming to tell me to vote for you, are you coming to tell me you came to give to place Tiro in the washroom? No, probably that certainly doesn't happen. So student politics is key in the country, in the national interest, but it should be limited to students. We don't need external interference from our student politics.
You feel there's external interference?
Oh yes, I feel very well, certainly, that there is certainly external interference.
Why? Why do you say that?
None of the candidates contesting from the rank of SRC to the lowest can tell me that I don't belong to a political party or I don't have external force. That one is certainly not true. And we are looking at how to put things together. If you look around GIJ, you step in the campus and you see that there's news all over. If you turn left and right, you will see news. That's the SRC authorities ought to have taken on, but they are overlooking it.
What is your ideal SRC president candidate? What features are you looking out for that is making you shy away from voting this year? from other candidates, you haven't seen these features. So we want to know these features. What are the features you look out for?
Well, some of the features I would like to see from a competent SLC candidate is, one, the candidate should have a good and be able to have students at heart. The interest of students is paramount, like I said before. Two, a candidate that can liaise between the students and the management. When there are issues, you call someone who says he's an SLC member and the person doesn't even know where to start and where to end. By the time you realize they mess up. And now it now become a whole issue for the students. That kind of person there, I don't know whether God will descend to come and vote for the person.
Okay, so those are your features. Let me move on
also,
to you.
I need someone who has a policy that can ensure, or that has the ability to ensure that students going out for internship are not taken for granted. For instance, there is I heard there was a students' newspaper in GIG. We learn print news. We learn theory. Where is the practical aspect of it? We don't have practical knowledge. You leave campus as a student and you go somewhere for internship and you still look like a stranger to some of the things. So I will have to beg or plead with the management that some of the courses that we are offering requires practical experience. They should not only allow us to get practical experience when we are going for attachment or internship, whatever. They should try their possible best, or their best possible, to ensure that whatever we do in class, even sitting in the class, some students can still tell us that this is news. Yes, we know that reporting on lectures, commentary is invasion of privacy. But within the circles of students, they should at least allow us to practice the kind of things that they are teaching us. In a sense that you can be teaching us whilst a student stands up today and say, okay, this is the headline of what my lecturer was teaching me.
So you want practicality?
Practicality is what exists.
I would come to you for more on that. So let me move on to you. As a student, what are some of the issues boggling your mind?
To me, like he said earlier, the practical side of it all, because as a media school or a communication school, you need to have the skills to do it better. But you just have to come and you sit in there, then they will tell you everything. You can't put it all in your mind. You have to, like, doing it practically, you are able to do it. You can't forget about it as the theory part. So since I've been to GIJ for the past 4 years, the practical side have been very poor. Excuse me, I'm sorry to say, I've never been to the radio, the studio or something like that, because like it seems it is not, how will I say it? It's not taken. The practical side is not taken serious at all. So it's very difficult for you to go out there and express yourself as a communication student, because you go out and maybe they'll ask you which school are you? You are attending GIJ. Then you can't express yourself. You see that it's kind of
difficult for you.
Difficult, and it's shameful for that matter, because they expect that you should be fluent. You should be able to face the camera and like say it as it is supposed to be. So that has been my challenging part since I've come to GIJ.
Interesting. Now, for you, a final year student, you have quite a number of project works.
Yeah.
I understand you have GIJ radio. Isn't that supposed to fill in the gap so that probably when you're learning PR or journalism with TV or radio production, that fills in the gap? Isn't it active?
Yeah, it does. It's active, but I feel it's not. The time is not much enough. We are many. All of us cannot how will I say it?
Go to campus
or the studio and be on the studio. We are many. Yes. So even in lecture halls, practicals can be done. Not only in the studio, but the lecture hall is just theory, and that's it. And the studio too, it's not all of us who can go inside there. We are many. Yeah.
As a final year student, you have quite a number of projects, right?
I do.
What are you focusing on with your final work project?
The pressure really has not been easy. It has been very, very difficult this semester because we have project work, we have group works, assignments, and today, for instance, I didn't have lectures, but I had to come because I have to meet my supervisor. And it's very difficult because you have assignments too to do. And it was just yesterday that he told us that he wants to meet us. So if you are not prepared or if you don't stand up, at least, I'm not sure you are going to meet the standard because the pressure has been very much that I don't know what's like. And with the accommodation staff, it's also a factor because we are staying in a far places. So if a lecturer or maybe a lecturer just say, oh, I want to meet you today or tomorrow, and you didn't have lectures, you have budgeted your transportation or whatever, and now
you have to come to campus.
Squeeze in, then come to campus because you have to meet. It's very difficult. So
it's very difficult for you, isn't it?
It is.
So roughly, how much do you spend in a week as a final year student?
In a week, I think 70 cedis, 80 cedis.
In a week? Yeah. Do you stay around campus?
No. And I think it's even the transportation that spends a lot of my money.
Interesting. So we'll come back to you to have more conversations about that. I'll come to you some more because so far there's been quite a number of things trending, especially in the local space. Illegal mining has been top of those issues, and you're studying PR or journalism, so you must have thoughts about it. Now, what's your thoughts about Ghana's fight against illegal mining? Are we winning the fight?
This question is interesting on many fronts. I think, was it last year or 2 years ago, the president said his presidency was on the line. I don't know whether it's still on the line or somebody has kicked it away. But if his presidency is still on the line, and I should consider that he should have resigned by now, because I believe we are losing the fight against illegal mining. And the recent arrest of Aisha, the Chinese galamsey queen, it's showcased that the government has lost the fight on illegal mining. If we have not lost, we are we are almost losing the fight. And then Aisha's arrest for me is a dent on the nation. It speaks ill of our security. It speaks ill of our immigration service. How she was deported, whether deported, the president himself was not sure whether she was deported or repatriated. Whether she was deported or repatriated, how she got back into the country and continued the illegal mining, it's a dent on our security and immigration service. I've heard a lot of people's past comments on it, and senior Kweku Baku has even said that Aisha is dining with some political figures. That's why she was able to come back to the country and continue her illegal activities. And I think that these illegal mining activities that we are seeing in the country is persistent because of the lack of political will to stop it.
But before you proceed, lack of political will, how would you tag that? Because the president says that it's even my political will that has made us go this far. Because before he came into power, he claims that previous government failed to fight the canker.
I think for the president, for me, I think he was just throwing words into the air. The actual political will to fight it was not there. He's just doing the public PR so that people will know that, okay, the president is committed to it. But the actual work to be done was on the grounds. And on the grounds there, when you go down there, you know that it is the political actors themselves that are operating the illegal, mining activities. It's the political leaders themselves who has those illegal mining companies and hiring people, buying machines, champagnes from China and co. So for me, there is no political will. If there is political will, the president has been in power for how many years? He's in his 6th year, right?
Yeah.
If there was political will, it shouldn't take more than 6 years to combat galamsey. I know it's so deep-rooted in our country, but if there was actual political will, any serious government would have taken 3 years to cure this.
But the president, in his defense, says that so far, at least some of our water bodies have been cleared of these illegal miners. And then we cannot prove that any individual in government right now is actually an illegal miner or financing illegal mining activities. So I'll come to you, Daisy, because I know Samuel has a lot more to say about it, but I'll come to you, Daisy. Do you think that the media has, in our role of telling the story about illegal mining, we've done that effectively?
Well, I wouldn't say much, but you've done your best. Because so far, you've been informing us what is happening. And before you tell us what is happening, the question is, what are you doing about it? Or what can be done about it? Or whom are you asking or telling to come and solve the problem? So that is our issue. The media has tried so much to tell the public or to tell our leaders or people who are responsible to fight this issue to come to the aid. But as to whether it is taking effective, that is what I don't know. And that is what I will question the media. So far, your efforts of reporting every day about illegal mining and the illegalities of things, what has been done about it?
You think we're not doing enough?
That is what I said. You've done your best. But if you are doing something and there's no solution or there hasn't been results to, make it well, how would you assess yourself? You get me? So when you are doing something, you are trying to put effort to get results. But if you are trying every day and you are not getting results, what do you make out of yourself? What do you say? So for me, the media has tried best to educate and inform us so far. As well as they are informing us, they are also educating us. Mostly before someone can come and then start rooting or doing something on your land, they might have gone to seek permission somewhere or elsewhere to get access to the land. So what my colleague just said about Aisha Wang, I don't really know much about it. I've heard enough or lots of news reporting about what is happening in the courts. But my question always is, how a foreigner, how could she get access to the land? If our leaders are claiming they don't know what is happening, they don't know how she came into the country and then how she exited, and they call what she did illegal, who gave her the access?
So you feel that our leaders, especially the traditional body, has been complicit?
Of course, yes. And before you can even settle in a land, you have to pass through some necessary procedures to be able to achieve that portion of land to settle, not even to dig, to extract precious materials from it. We have leaders on it. So I think our traditional leaders have a hand in this, because you can't just sit down and someone will start exploiting precious things from your land and you sit reluctant thinking there's nothing going on. So I'm sure there's something going on. The lady cannot just come and then start doing something and then no one has a hand in it. So I think they've given her the access and now things are getting out of hand and they felt like so far they've defiled our land, our water bodies, and now we are facing the consequences. So I think the media has done what they could and they are still doing it. But I will suggest that the media should continue. They shouldn't stop. In as much as they are informing us, they should continue to educate us. Not only us, but the traditional leaders, especially. They should educate them and tell them, though they can see the consequences. But I think in a way, their own is just the money. It's just the money. But remember, as you are taking the money from them, think about the future. The younger generation, we are the next future. One day you will not be there. How about us? If you sit down to watch these people come into the land and then defile our land, our water bodies and everything, our climate, the ecosystem, how are we going to survive? Don't they think about that? Thinking about today, how about tomorrow? Today, tomorrow you may not be around. I and you will be here. What are we going to do? If something should affect the ecosystem and our climate, the global warming, everything, you and I will not be here. We can't even survive. You understand?
So you feel that our traditional leaders, they need to sit up. You also feel that the media needs to go hard on education and start campaigns across the country. Let me come to you. Daisy and Samuel have shared their thoughts about the fight against illegal mining. And I'm sure you also have your thoughts about it. Do you think so far as a country we have won this fight against illegal mining?
Well, I might not be able to conclude as to whether the fight is won or lost. Remember, a fight is never won without a loser. Yes, the issue of Asahan is worrying and is a concern to every Ghanaian as to how he got into the country, which led to her arrest in recent days. I don't want to seem to be blaming anybody, but all I do have to say is that it's a dent on the security of this country. Why is this so? If someone who has been repatriated of the country to her country, her hometown, can sneak in without anybody knowing, then what are we telling ourselves? Does it mean that our efforts to fight or to combat terrorism is at risk? Sure, definitely it's at risk. Because since someone can bypass all the protocols and get into our country, then we should always question we should have questions to ourselves as to how she got in. But that aside, how tight is security at our borders?
Well, I'll help you with some information with how tight security is at borders, because so far we know the government has come out to tell us that she actually went through legal routes. So she didn't come in through unapproved routes. She came in through legal routes, and that's because she was in possession of official documentation that allowed the Immigration Service to give her a pass. Now, this brings us to the issue of her possession of a non-citizen Ghana card. So the understanding we get from the NIA is that every citizen is supposed to own a Ghana card. The same way a non-citizen is also granted access to a Ghana card. And so she says she came into the country because she had official documentation. And in fact, her name was already in the system, because before she left the country in 2018, as to if she fled the country or if she was deported, we're yet to know. But before she left the country in 2018, she was already registered. She already had foreign documentation that gave her legal residential permits. So all she did this time was to come and say, oh, NIA, I want to change my name. I want to make it One instead of Aisha One. And that was how NIA flagged the system, because her fingerprints were already in the system. You see? So in government's defense, they say that it's even our intelligence that even caught this lady in the first place. So you can't blame us. Someone appears to have something to say, but let me come back to you. What are your thoughts?
Well, then, if Ashawan, who is now Asaon, has really came through appropriate routes into the country with the nerves to walk to the NIA requesting her name, which was Asaon, be changed to Asaon. Then I think the NIA boss should lose his job.
And the case is currently in court. Well, the legal practitioners will tell us that she's actually innocent until proven guilty. But there's an element that came up, which is that her husband is actually Ghanaian. She's married to a Ghanaian. Well, that's what our lawyers tell us. Do you think that Ghanaians have somewhat aided foreign nationals?
I think yes, because we seems to be hospitable in that kind of way. And my question is, even if Aishawan is married to a Ghanaian, are we supposed to do illegal mining as a married woman or as a Ghanaian? They are even arresting Ghanaians for illegal mining. I think this morning or yesterday they arrested about 200 and something illegal miners. As a Ghanaian, are you even supposed to do illegal mining? Talk less of a foreigner who is married to a Ghanaian. It doesn't make sense. And I think this case is signaling to international countries that our security is weak. I come from a town that is bordered to have a border to two different countries, Togo and Burkina Faso, and the security is very poor because last 2 months or so there were some killings in Burkina Faso, which some families have to flee to Boku. That's my hometown, and they have to not more to cater for them because that's what we are known for, to be hospitable and that kind of stuff. But it doesn't make sense that as a foreigner comes in to do illegal mining and you justify it to be that the person is married to a Ghanaian. Even Ghanaians are not allowed to do illegal mining. Why a foreigner? So I think our security borders, our security is very, very poor, and it is signaling to the international countries or bodies that anyone can enter Ghana and anyone can do whatever they want. So with the court issue and aiding international bodies, it's very true because we have allowed a lot of foreigners to do whatever they want. We have allowed a lot of foreigners to do whatever they want in this country. And even at times, I think Ghanaians do not even have that opportunity to do it. So actually, we have really aided foreigners in certain aspects that we are not supposed to. And that is endangering the security and the country at large.
Let me come to you, Samuel, because you had a lot to say. What's the way forward? Should we decide to move on from this case? What do you think we can do moving forward?
For me, moving forward, it's all bordered to political will. It is not political will when you come to speak behind the media cameras and hold the mics and you are speaking. You are looking for actual political will to fight this canker. The media has done a very tremendous job because the media campaign against illegal money has been on. You guys have reported, you have thrown light, you've gone to where you have gone to the forest and shown us pictures, cameras of how our water bodies have been polluted. So I think the media has done their best. The citizens too are now aware of the consequences that comes with illegal mining. It all now boils down to the political will. Those are the top. Our leaders who have the concessions in mining, they have bought companies, they mine, they do the illegal mining, now they turn it to community mining. Community mining just for the boys. They will do it and it will end up returning to the illegal things that we are observing today. So we need a political will, actual political will to fight this canker. And two, I believe there are laws surrounding this. I don't know whether the Mining Act it surrounds the Mining Act or whatever. Any portion of the Constitution has any backing to what? Fighting illegal mining. If there is no actual backing in the Constitution, then I think this is we should take steps to what? To put what? Punitive measures within our constitutions to punish people who engages in these illegal activities. Aisha's cases is a big dent on the nation. For me, I think Aisha cannot go unpunished. But per the way the case is gone, the first hearing that happened yesterday or 2 days ago, the way I listened to the lawyer speaking, and I was like, this man has gone to take money, and he's defending someone. So he has because the mic is with, he has the cameras flashing on him. He had the opportunity to speak whatever he likes, because he was saying that the media is hyping a small issue of illegal mining. And I was asking myself, illegal mining is a small issue to you because you have the money, because the Aisha and his family has given you that. Nah, illegal mining is not a small issue. If anybody calls it a small issue, then I don't know where the person is thinking from, because this is something that has large consequences on us as a nation. Today, they said within this week, pure water is going to 50 pesos. All these water increments, pure water going high, is all because of the illegal mining, which is destroying our water bodies. The water manufacturing companies now have to pay more to refine the water and give us pure water. So if you tell me illegal mining is a small issue, then I beg to differ. So our case, for me, it is one touch. We need to get leaders who has the political will, not political will when you come to speak on the mic, political will to stop your own people when they are going to do it, because it is a political people. It is the same party members who are doing the illegal mining. So if you have a president, a vice president, a minister who doesn't have the will to tell his own people to stop illegal mining, then we can make all the noise we want. We can rant all we want. It wouldn't stop, because it is the same people who are at the top. They are the same people doing these things. They are the same people destroying our water bodies. So the political will is the only way forward.
Clearly, in this case of illegal mining, the big question is that are leaders working? From the Mining Commission to the NIA to the Immigration Service to even the presidency. What do you think can be done moving forward to ensure that issues of illegal mining and especially foreign national involvement comes to a halt in Ghana?
Well, that's a tough question though, but it's good to be asked. And the whole issue is that going forward, before we can assume of winning the fight against illegal mining, let my colleagues know that we are talking about illegal mining. Something that is illegal is not regulated. It can only be legal when it is regulated. That is why we call it illegal mining. These people who go to the mines has no permit, no license, no requisite documents. And like my colleagues, speakers have alluded, we need a political will to fight the menace. We need commitment from our leaders. We need a change of perception from the people in the mining area. they need education. Let us go down there, ask them what are their issues. If you go to any of the mining communities and you ask them what are your issues, you will not be surprised to be told that we need school. Yet, with the pretext of mining, because we don't have schools and because we have mineral in our community, we still don't have the schools. So where is the gold? Where is the gold money?
So let me come to you as we wrap up on today's discussion on Joy Campus. One other major issue that has come up is the impact of this illegal mining on our water bodies, and especially to our cocoa, because it is alleged that as these syndicates keep operating in Ghana, they are destroying the quality of the cocoa that we produce. In fact, the EU has warned the country that they're going to be sanctioning us because they're starting to find chemicals in our cocoa. Now, this is coming in at a time where China is actually producing cocoa. So there's a link somewhere. What do you think we can do as a country to ensure that this canker doesn't eat into one of our cash producing crops, which is cocoa?
I think it all boils back to, stopping illegal, because that's the cause of all the problems. Because that's the cause of all the problems. So if we stop this illegal mining, there's nothing like destroying crops and stuff. And with linking Ghana to China as of the cocoa aspect, I don't want to say, or I don't want to think that they have been doing this illegal mining to destroy our crops, then they'll go back to DS, or they'll patronize DS. And that's just it. Like, we have to stop the illegal mining. It's just, like he said, it's just about our mindset. And our political leaders as well. I think in a community or as a chief, you owe the land more than the political parties or the politicians. So when they come to your community and they want to destroy your community, you don't have to give in. Yes, they might entice you with a huge sum of money and stuff, but think about the future. Think about your children. Think about how it will impact your community. They come and destroy your water bodies. They destroy your crops and all that kind of thing. And you just sit in your house, and because they've given you all some of money, you think that's okay. What about your people? You are a leader because of the people, not just because of you. So as our community, our local chiefs, yes, and our traditional chiefs, what I plead with them is they shouldn't just give a chance because they see money. And with that self, if someone is coming to do mining, and at least the community should benefit from it. If you want to allow it, there should be a negotiation that, fine, if you want to mine our gold, then this is the portion that we have to develop our community, so that you compensate what you have lost. Not that you just sit down, allow them to do whatever they want, and at the end they just give you something that by tomorrow it will finish, and you all go back to square one. It's not nice.
Yeah. So the solution, as preferred by students of the Ghana Institute of Journalism, well, it's been quite a day having gauging their thoughts about issues happening in Ghana, especially with illegal mining. Well, this week on Joy Campus, the message is clear. If we want to win the fight against illegal mining, then our leaders may have to sit up to ensure they do not fail us, the young ones watching from afar. My name is Faustina Safo. This has been Joy Campus. Do log on to myjoyonline.com for more news, and of course, like, share on all our social media platforms. Have a wonderful day as you enjoy the rest of our program.
family, welcome to Home Tips with Mira. Thank you for staying, thank you for watching. And you know, Home Tips with Mira is all about learning home tips, DIYs and home remedies. Today on the show, we are going to talk about how to desalt salted fish, that's remove the excess salt from it, and how to also remove the excess salt from your beef, which we refer to as tolo beefy in the Ghanaian parlance, and even nane, pig feet. Yes, how to get rid of all those excess salt. The salt was used to preserve those things, but you know, in consuming it, too much salt is not good for your health. So in as much as we want to enjoy our Kobe and enjoy our beef in our soup or in our stew or whatever, we have to get rid of the excess salt. So today on the show, we are doing DIY, doing your own Kobe. That is, if you went to the market and you bought some extra tilapia and you want to preserve some, how do you go about it? I'll teach you how to do your own Kobe at home and then how to get rid of the excess salt in the DIYs. This is my salted fish that I bought from the market, the Kobe that I was talking about. So when you buy it, because salt was used to preserve it, it has a lot of salt. When you open here, you see that the salt content is there. So what you have to do is just pour the salt out and then pick your scissors and then you cut. I usually prefer to cut the fins. So now our Kobe is ready. I don't like to remove the gills. I just want to leave it there because when I soak it in water, it will still retain a little amount of salt, which will make the head of my Kobe when eaten very tasty. If the size of the Kobe is so big, you can divide it as to how you like it and put it in water. And in this water, let it be there for about an hour. After an hour, pour the water away and then fetch another water on top again. You know what makes Kobe interesting to eat is it having a little bit of salt in it. So as you pour the water and fill it, you just have to taste the water to see if the quantity of salt in it is okay. If you keep on pouring and filling, you end up getting rid of all the salt in the Kobe and it wouldn't be tasty. And then this is my beef, which we call tolo beefy. That one too is used with salt to preserve it. So with the same process, we are going to soak our beef in water for an hour. Let the water be enough to cover over it. This process goes for all salted products, soaking them in water for a while and draining the water and filling it. But please, I just want to tell you this. Don't just go and buy the Kobe when you are ready to cook. Because when you do that, you'll not be able to get rid of the salt. So right from the market, if you are somebody who goes to the market and buys things in bulk, immediately you come home, spend time and sort it out like this. And once it is ready, you just wash it, keep it in a Ziploc bag and keep it in your freezer. And once you are ready to cook, you just take it from your freezer and voila, it's ready for you to use. Whilst we wait for our Kobe and our beef to desalt, we are going to learn how to salt your Kobe. The opposite of what we are doing. Yes, so these are some medium-sized tilapia that I got from the market, and I just want to show you how to do your own Kobe at home. That is, if you cannot go to the market to buy. In order to arrive at it being Kobe, it has to be preserved with salt. Salt preserves it. Somebody will ask, why would I want to waste all the time and the energy to preserve this tilapia when I can just go right ahead, fry it or use it in my soup? Well, salted fish is a kind of fish which I enjoy, and I know you also enjoy, like how we have smoked fish and the sun-dried fish. Yes, so now let's begin. I've washed my tilapia already, so I'm getting them from the water. I'm not going to cut the fins, neither will I also remove the gills. I'll leave them right there. and pour the water away. Dab them. I'm pampering them. I'm reaching out for my salt. Here we are, the main ingredients in making Kobe. I'll get a couple of my paper towel. I'm going to place it at the bottom of the bowl that I'll prepare my Kobe inside. So I'm going to line the bottom of the bowl with the salt. I'm just going to fill it with the salt. The reason why I poured salt at the bottom of the bowl is to let the salt be at all the other side of the Kobe. So there's some down and there's some on top. If you want to do Kobe at home, use sea salt, pure sea salt, and it's not expensive. I'm going to use this net to cover it whilst I take it outside for it to sit in the sun. I'm actually using this net because I don't want the flies to contaminate it. This is a DIY, something that you should do at home yourself. There are various methods of getting Kobe out. Some put it in a sack and they use heavy stones on it, but it's something simple that you want to try your hands on at home. So follow me, we are going outside. The sun is about 31 degrees Celsius, and we are going to sun dry it, and then after that we'll see the end result. It's been 14 days since we kept our Kobe in the sun, and look at how one turned out. See, it's so dried and it's so beautiful. So right now what you can do is just cut it and put it in water, dress it like we did earlier on, and keep it in your freezer for any time that you would want to use it. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira. I know you have learned something today. Please don't forget to watch me on this same channel, and also remember to subscribe, like and share, and always stay positive. Bye-bye.
Elmina Castle was built by the Portuguese in 1482. They came here in 1471 to trade. So the rate at which our locals here were giving the Portuguese gold gave the Portuguese an impression that the land here was full of gold. So they named this place Elmina, or Mina de Ro, which means the mine, gold mine. It has been corrupted by our local people as Elmina. Elmina is a Portuguese word. Elmina Castle is 539 years old. It is the biggest and oldest edifice in
Hello, good evening, welcome to our front. My name is Raymond Darko. Now, since December 5, 2022, when Ghana announced that it was inviting eligible bondholders to exchange some 137 billion cedis of some domestic bonds for a package of new bonds, a lot has been said about what should be the actual implications and impact of this debt exchange program on you, the people out there. This program is part of a more comprehensive agenda to restore debt sustainability and get the IMF deal. Upon massive pressure from Labour, government made further amendments to the terms of the debt exchange program, including the inclusion of individual bondholders and excluding pension funds, and also the extension of the expiration date to Monday, 16 January 2022, And the settlement date for the invitation expected to occur on Tuesday, 24th of January 2023. Tonight, the mass rejection of the inclusion of individual bondholders is already kicking in. Some distinguished academics and finance experts have investigated and produced a report on the actual impact of the debt exchange program, and they'll be joining us on Upfront today to lay it bare. That is the crux of our engagement. Joining me to answer all your key questions on the impact, but more importantly, we'll be answering that ultimate question: why Ghana's proposed domestic debt exchange program is worse than 100% haircut on principal. We are lucky to have the gentleman who authored this all-important document joining us electronically. From Canada, Assistant Professor of Economics Dennis Nsafwa from the College of Business Administration in the Niagara University. Also joining us from Australia is Professor Elik Plim Abloyo, who is an Associate Professor at the Department of Finance here at the University of Ghana Business School. Gentlemen, you're welcome to our front. I'll start with you, Professor Abloyo. Yes, I guess I've heard. Yes, professors, let me start with you, Professor Abloyo. For many people, they are already afraid of what's happening with this debt exchange program. Today, we are hearing the massive call on them by pensioners and others who are afraid that this inclusion of individual bondholders is going to be problematic. But let's take a step back. Before this debt exchange program even kicks in, there's a lot of conversation. About the value of investor bonds and the changes that's happened to it. Exactly what had happened to the value of investor bonds prior to this debt exchange coming on board.
Okay, thank you, Raymond, for the question. So typically, we know that there's an inverse relationship between bond prices and interest rates. So when interest rates are going up, we see that bond prices fall. And consequently, the value of these bonds have already been declining on the secondary exchange, that is the Ghana fixed income market. And basically, the rationale is that so for example, assume you bought a bond with a coupon rate of 20%, but now interest rates in the market are about, let's say, 50%. Okay, what that means is that your current bond is only giving you 20%. But new bonds in the market are offering 50%. And consequently, when you want to sell your bond in the market, you can't sell it for its face value. Okay, its price would have to come down so that somebody will be willing to buy it. So these prices have already been falling, and it's in line with what investors have experienced, what we call the mark-to-market. Okay, as the price of the bonds fall, then, for example, if you hold a mutual fund, the money in the mutual fund will also decrease. So in general, I'll say that the prices of the bonds have been falling, and significantly because of the very significant increase in interest rates.
That's actually pushing people in the wrong direction. But let me bring Professor Dennis Nsafwa into the conversation. You are welcome also, Prof. Is there an estimation of the decline in my value of investment prior to even the conversation about debt exchange? Because we heard of mark-to-market. We heard of all the other changes in the market related to this.
All right. Thank you, Raymond, for the question. Before I even go into the details of your question, I want to issue out a disclaimer. I want your viewers to know that whatever we say here is in no way a financial advice. We are purely academics, and then everything we have done and we would share is purely for academic purposes, and it should not be constrained for an advice to either accept or reject the offer presented by the government. Now that out of the way, let me go straight into your question. As earlier explained, anytime interest rate increases, the price of a bond decreases. From the analysis we did, we were fortunate to have access to a bond certificate. We used that bond certificate as an indicative bond, and then we analyzed how much that unique bond has decreased in its price. So what we call the rate of capital gain. When we estimated that particular bond, we saw that the rate of capital gain had declined by about 63%. So on a whole, even before the debt exchange kicks in, the holder of the bond we analyzed would have approximately lost about 63% of the value of that bond.
So, I mean, so how was that? I'm sure it was a conversation that was happening in the country about people's hearing and saying that they've had some reduction in the amount of money they kept with the various units and they didn't understand what was really happening. Is that what accounted for what was really happening to the money before even the main conversation about debt exchange started?
Well, when it comes to market activities, so many things influence it. Obviously, I wouldn't rule out the demand to withdraw money from the market as part of the reasons why the price of the bond kept falling. But another reason is also because of general increases in interest rate. Throughout the period of 2022, we saw the Bank of Ghana persistently increase the policy rate. Obviously, if the policy rate is going up, every other interest rate along the yield curve would move in the same direction. So it is a combination of different factors. It's a combination of people trying to cash out their money from the market, and then it's also a combination of policy decisions in line with interest rate hikes.
Would that have been a wonderful time for anybody to go chase his money, even though there was some form of depreciation in value of the money? Would that have been a perfect time for anybody to go say that I'm cashing out?
Well, the decision to cash out is individual specific. Like I said, you have to evaluate your position and then your need for that money. Some people would find value in cashing out, obviously, but I don't think that cuts across every investor. Some investors would be in a better position waiting if they don't have urgent need for their money. That's what I think.
I mean, I'm asking you this question because you're an economist. Inflation targeting has been a policy in this country for a very long time. There is no way that the central bank would have been sitting there when inflation, as we speak today, is even inched up to almost 54%, to not use hiking up prime rate as a way of targeting inflation. They did do the magic that was required. We see inflation still inching up.
This question is actually an empirical question. And it is very difficult to answer that question just purely by looking at where inflation is and looking at where interest rate is. I know the CPI number that came out today was around 54%. I stand to be corrected.
That's it.
And we know that the Bank of Ghana has been increasing interest rate. Okay, so one good question someone would ask is, if the Bank of Ghana has been increasing interest rate and CPI persistently increase, are they achieving the objective? Well, it is difficult to say because we don't know the counterfactual. What I mean by counterfactual is, you ask yourself, if Bank of Ghana had not increased interest rate, where would the CPI have been, right? Even with the increase in interest rate, which everybody understands in some way slows down demand and then tries to reduce the excess demand in the system and also try to cool down inflation, we have seen inflation persist, right? I personally believe that in the absence of the hikes in the policy rate, I think that inflation would have been worse off than it is today. So I haven't done the empirical work. I don't know the exact number of how much inflation would have been in the absence of the interest rate, but I think that the interest rate to some degree have helped us achieve an inflation of 54%. As ironic as it sounds.
That's interesting. But if you just joined us, this is Upfront. Our conversation tonight is to be able to answer that ultimate question. That question is about whether or not a haircut of 100% on your principal, compared to the current debt exchange program with all the mass revolts and opposition to it, would have been a better option. These gentlemen that I'm speaking to, they have a research paper properly done, procedure followed, which is trying to tell us why Ghana's program is worse than a 100% haircut on your principal. And we actually started the conversation of looking at what happened to your investments prior to even the discussion about the domestic debt exchange. And they've been telling us that some level of massive devaluation happened to it. over 60 or so percent they have mentioned in this conversation. Yeah. Now, I want us to move in the direction of what happened with the introduction of our debt exchange program. December 5, something happened. We told the people of this republic the very inclusions and exclusions we're looking at and the voluntary nature of this particular program. But what would have been the impact of that December 5 proposal on the bonds? We know that was amended later on. But assuming it was what it was, what would have been the impact of that particular proposal with the hope that we can compare it to this current one? Let me start with you, Professor Abloyo.
Okay, Raymond, thank you so much. Maybe I would also comment briefly on the previous question.
Okay.
Okay, so as Dennis said, we are not giving investment advice or we're not recommending what investors should do. But sometimes, depending on what is happening in the market, even when prices are falling, it may actually be a good time to buy, okay, because prices have, let me say, reached the bottom and may increase subsequently. Okay, so having said that, what we did was that we took what we call an indicative bond. We obtained a bond certificate. I'll give you the details of the bond. So the coupon rate on the bond was 19.5% based on the bond contract. In terms of coupon compound payment, it was done semi-annually, so that means twice a year. The yield to maturity on the bond was 50%. We took this from the Ghana fixed income market, given that we're estimating the value for a 15-year bond. That was the rate we obtained as of December 2022. Now, the yield to maturity on the bond at the time of purchase, which was in 2020, was 18.5%. The remaining maturity of this bond, it was a 10-year bond, but as of today, it has about 5 years to maturity. The bond matures in October 2027. Its face value is about 1.1 million, and then the purchase price of the bond as at the settlement date was 1.2 million. So this is a bond that we obtained. Now, on the 5th of December, the government announced certain terms. So the coupon rate in 2023 would have been 0%. 2024 was 5%. Okay, which will be paid twice a year. So that will be 2.5% every 6 months. And then from 2025, the coupon payment was 10%, which is 5% semi-annually. Okay, so these are the terms that the government announced. The government also announced what we call a debt exchange consideration ratio. Okay, so this was supposed to be 17% for the 2027 bond, another 17% for the 2029 bond, 25% for the 2032 bond, and then you also had 41% for the 2037 bond. So what we then did was that so the bond price originally was 1.2 million. As of the time that the government announced the debt exchange program, the price of this bond had fallen to about 441,000 Ghana cedis. Okay, so that tells you the massive decline in the price of the bond. So from about 1.2 million in 2020, the current price of this bond would be about 441,000 Ghana cedis. Now, what we did was that we then considered that if an investor had exchanged this old bond for the new bond offered by the government, what would be the price of the bond? Okay. In particular, what would be the price of the 4 new bonds? So we computed the price for the 2027 bond. We computed the price for the 2029 bond. We also computed the price for the 2032 bond, and finally the 2037 bond. Okay, so we actually did the cash flow projections and then discounted these coupon payments and principal repayments using the yield to maturity of 50%. Now, what we see or what we find is that the price of the bond at the time of the 5th December announcement should have been about 123,000 Ghana cedis. Okay, so remember that before the announcement, it was about 441,000 cedis. After the announcement, the price or the fair market value should have been around 123,000 Ghana cedis, which represents a 72% decline in the value of the bond.
That's interesting. If I hear you properly, if you had gone ahead with the original plan, inclusions and all the things we said, the one that was announced on December 5 last year.
5, yes.
It would have actually led to a whopping 72% being removed or wiped off the remaining value of the bond.
Yes, that's what our analysis suggests.
What really does this mean? That people have been extremely worse off?
Okay, so I guess people can conclude for themselves. Okay, but what the data tells us is that the fair market value of the bond would have declined by about 72%.
Okay.
So again, like Dennis said, we are not making a recommendation as to whether you should accept this offer or not. You would need to consult your financial and legal advisors. But our empirical analysis suggests that the value of the bond would have dropped by about 72%.
Okay, so I mean, you were talking about the exact. I needed to go over that. You did some brief analysis about how you got there. I think people need to understand that you actually compare the value of the bond prior to the introduction and what the impact of that December 5 arrangement would have had on it. That point's what I needed to reiterate for people to get clear.
Okay, so what we did was that the government said, okay, we'll pay coupons of 0% in 2023. So we modeled, I'm also able to share my screen if that is possible. So we modeled that. We took the 2027 bond. In 2023, the coupon payment was 0. Then in 2024, the coupon payment was 5%, so we split that into 2 because it's semi-annual. Okay. Then from 2025, the coupon payment given was 10%. So again, because it's paid semi-annually, we split that into 2. Then we use the principal as 17% of the face value of the bond, which was the exchange ratio for the 2027 bond. So you are able to actually project the cash flows. We did that in Excel. And once we projected the cash flows, we discounted them using the yield to maturity of 50%.
And that's what yielded this
These
particular 72% reduction in the value of the bond.
In the value of the bond, yes.
Now, the exact question would have been, of course, there were some variations down to that particular December 5 proposal, which is the current one that we are using, the December 24th, of course, eve of Christmas proposal. That proposal, how does it compare to the original one that was introduced on December 5?
Okay, I think I'll allow Dennis to answer this one.
Okay, yes, let me bring in Dr. Safwa, yes. So the question I'm asking here is, of course, we now know that if we had gone ahead and used the December proposal, bonds would have seen a reduction in value to 72%. If you now compare it to what we currently have in operation, that is the December 24 second one, which sought to remove the participation possibilities of the pension funds and include individual bonds. How does it look like? What's the value of bonds within that spectrum?
Okay. In the spirit of Christmas, I think the government decided to give Ghanaians, especially investors and bondholders, some Christmas gifts. The 24th December proposal was slightly a better offer than the 5th December proposal. In Ellie's earlier submission, he made a point that the 5th December would have wiped off roughly 72% of the value of the bond. With the 24th December proposal, we observed that for that particular indicative bond, which we analyzed, I have to stress that because every bond could have been different, right? The particular bond which we analyzed, the 24th December reduced the value of the bond by roughly 66%. So then it means that we moved from 72% loss in valuation to 66%, which is slightly an improvement of the 5th December valuation of the bond. Now I have to explain why that differences came about. In the 5th December proposal, the government was replacing the existing bond with 4 new bonds. And each of these 4 new bonds had some exchange ratios, 17%, 17%. And then we had the 2037, which was the last time principal will be paid, was around 41%. In the new proposal, the proposal of 24th December, Christmas Eve, the government was replacing the bonds with 12 additional bonds. And these 12 new bonds had some being 9% in terms of the exchange consideration ratios. And then later on, it reduces to 8%. We observed that the cash flow of the new proposal at the earlier years were higher than the cash flows of the old proposal in the earlier years. Specifically speaking, about 41% of principal would have been paid in 2037 for the 5th December proposal, but 2037 and 2038 combined in the 24th December proposal would only have roughly 16% of the principal being paid. So you can see that less is being paid at a later date in the 24th December, and more is being paid at a later date in the 5th December proposal. Now, with discounting, the further you pay, the worse it is. A dollar today is always better than a dollar tomorrow. That is what accounted for the significant difference in the two proposals.
That's interesting. Now, this is being thorny. It's a big conversation happening in the Republic of Ghana. Not only because whichever proposal was given, there's been some people who are opposed and threatened. And of course, Labour, for example, mounted a very massive opposition to the December 5th one, which led to some of the amendments that we saw today, the exclusion of pension funds and its related ones. The other point that's being made there is that even today, whilst your modeling suggests that the value of the bonds appear to be a little bit better off than under the previous arrangement, there is massive opposition from people who are, even some of them, threatening suicide over the fact that they are going to lose a lot in the process. Now, if you do the calculations, there's a question that I need to bring up here. How does the debt exchange proposal compare to a haircut? If you put the two, if you put the current one as against a haircut, let's say a haircut 100% on principal, how does it compare to it? Yes, Pastor Abloyo.
Okay, so Raymond, thank you very much. So what we decided to do, again, as an empirical experiment, was to see that, okay, this proposal, how does it actually compare to a haircut on principal? Let me be specific. Okay, so how does this compare to a haircut on principal? So we started with, okay, a 20% haircut, 50%, 80%. Then we actually wiped off all the principal. Okay, so what we saw was that even if the government had done a 100% haircut, that would have been better than the current proposal it has offered to investors. And let me explain again a bit further. So we took this old bond, looked at its coupon payments and principal repayment, which is upon maturity in 2027. We changed that principal payment to 0. Okay, meaning that the government will not pay any principal to investors, and that the investors will only receive a coupon payment. When we did this analysis, we realized that the bond, given the cash flows or the coupon payments, would have declined to about 350,000 Ghana cedis. So remember that for the first proposal on December 5th, the value of the bond declined from about 441,000 cedis to, that was how much? I think 123,000 Ghana cedis for December 5th. For 24th December, the value of the bond would have declined from, again, 441,000 Ghana cedis thereabouts to about 147,000 Ghana cedis. Okay, so we are talking about the current proposal. That is, the bond value would have declined by about 66%. Okay. Now we are seeing, or the data is telling us that if the government had done 100% haircut on principal, what that will mean is that the value of the bond would then drop from about 441,000 Ghana cedis to 350,000 Ghana cedis. So you can do the comparison. And this represents a 21% loss in present value terms of the value of the bond.
So if I understood you properly, if government had gone by the December 5th proposal, there would have been some 72% value loss. If the government, since the government made the amendments and pushed it to the December 24th proposal, the second one that's currently in operation, it surely will lead or in the range of some 66% loss. What you are saying is that if the government had done a 100% what they call it, haircut on principal, instead of the current debt exchange program, we are looking at some 21% loss. That is what you're saying?
Yes, exactly what we are saying.
What would have accounted for that?
Okay, so again, let me explain. The value of any asset in finance is what we call the present value of the underlying cash flows. Okay, in the case of a bond, the underlying cash flows are the coupon payments or the interest payments which are paid twice a year, and the return of the face value upon maturity. Okay, so if you want to find the value of your bond, or even a bond that trades in the secondary market, is a discounting process. We bring all those cash flows into today's money. Okay, so that is exactly what we did. We forecasted the coupon payments on this bond from 2023 to 2027, okay, assuming that the government did not change maturity. So that is important. So the maturity of the bond will still have been 2027. The coupon payment of the bond will still have been, if you remember, I said 19.5%. Okay, so here we are assuming that there was no change in maturity, no change in coupon payment, and that the only debt operation undertaken by the government would have been a haircut, in this case, a 100% haircut. Okay, and our findings indicate that if this was the case, the value of the bond would have declined by about 21%. But let me also add that it's ultimately a numbers game. Okay, when I say it's a numbers game, what I mean is that the government is looking at achieving a certain debt level. Okay, maybe their estimation, they needed to do this size of, let me say, a debt operation such that the debt to be sustainable. But what we are seeing from the data is that if they had done a 100% haircut, then the value of the bond would have declined by about 21%.
Now, if they had done, let's say, the haircut you proposed, are we likely to cover the 137 billion that was originally the intended amount to be exchanged?
Okay, so that is not an analysis that we have done. I don't know if Dennis wants to comment on that.
Okay, so Dr. Safwa, the question I'm asking is, government has an intention, debt sustainability. Would we have been able to achieve the same debt sustainability if we had done the haircut 100% on principal that you talk about?
Empirically, we haven't done that, as Ellie said, but I strongly doubt that if the government had gone on that route, they would have achieved their objective. I think we should understand what problem each economic agent is trying to solve here. The investor has his own economic problem trying to solve. The investor is trying to maximize his return from holding the bond. Now, the government is trying to solve a problem of debt sustainability. Okay, so there is always going to be a friction. The reason is because the objective of the government seems to be contradicting the objective of the investor. So I strongly believe that if the government yields to the investor, the government will not be able to achieve its objective. And going back to the previous question on the difference between the new bond, which Ellie mentioned, I would like to also point out that we did the analysis of how much principal is needed, principal haircut is needed compared to the new proposal, that is the 24th proposal, where we analyzed that about 21% of the bond value would have been lost with a 100% haircut. Well, that was motivated purely from the fact that the government has marketed this DDE as one that embed no haircut on the principal. In as much as that is true, indeed it is true, it doesn't embed any haircut on the principal. Our point we want to send across is that it is not better than having a haircut on the principal. What the government is giving us is indeed true. They are not taking any haircut on the principal, but it may be worse off than if the government had decided to take a haircut.
That's an interesting point. So you are basically saying that what government gave as perhaps the biggest way of comforting people, that you are not losing a peso off your principal, it's not necessarily a better alternative to what the current program really is, if that's what I understood you is proper.
Exactly. That's the exact point.
Brilliant.
They were truthful.
Please, you're explaining.
They were truthful in saying that they are not touching the principals. Indeed, they are not touching principals. But what they offered is worse than had they touched the principal.
Okay, that's an interesting point. Now, the question I asked previously, which was to do with meeting the intentions that are within it, within the conversation, the main changes that happened was removing the pension funds as the possible access and extending some way the engagements involved. Now, if you ask the people who are currently complaining, they believe that any attempt to touch individual bonds is extremely problematic too. And to them, it is having to some of them, committing suicide, and that they will not even be able to meet their medical expenses and all the other things that are relevant to them. Are their concerns that legitimate?
Well, their concerns is more than legitimate. Ghana is in a very difficult situation. Like I mentioned earlier, investors are regular people, humans that have bills to pay, they have families to feed, they have school fees to pay, right? So they have obtained some bonds. They are reliant on the cash flow they receive on these bonds to meet their obligations. So from their point of view, they want to get as much as possible from the government because, honestly speaking, it's their money. All right. However, the country or the government of Ghana happen to find itself in an extremely difficult position. The government is unable to pay its debts. So the government needs to find a way back to a position where it will be able to pay its debt. So to the government is trying all ways and means to be able to achieve that objective without considering necessarily or specifically individual specific needs. To the government, they are boxing everybody as part of the debt. Okay, this is the total debt we have. This is the route we need to achieve debt sustainability. Let's go through that route.
Now, that's an interesting point. Yes, forgive me, but I sense that I could bring in Professor Abloyo. You wanted to make a point.
Yes, I wanted to. So what I would say is that, if you remember, even before these discussions began, we made a paper and I argue that in any debt exchange program, individual investors should be exempted.
Yes, that's what you say.
And yes. And the main reason is that individual investors are usually more vulnerable, okay, compared to, let me say, a financial institution. And in addition to that, individual investors may not be able to assess any, let me say, accommodating measure that the government will put in place. So, for example, for the financial institutions, there's going to be a financial stability fund that can be accessed by financial institutions to help them cope with the debt exchange program. As I speak, I'm not aware of any similar program for individual investors. And like Dennis mentioned, some people have obligations, okay, that they have to pay: school fees, loans, even their daily survival may depend on their investments in these bonds. This may have been pensioners who have invested their money for many years, especially their life savings, okay. Such an operation will definitely affect their balance sheet. The balance sheet of any economic agent, you have its assets and also its liabilities and equity. Okay, so once your assets are reduced, it also has an impact on your net worth for your equity. Okay, so I strongly believe, even before this exchange program was announced, that individual investors should be exempted.
And what's currently happening? Can we go back on it? Because we basically did an exchange of a sort, pulling out pension funds and bringing in individual investors. Can we decide that we are pulling out individual investors too, and mindful of the vacuum that will be created? How would that be filled?
The government can decide to do whatever they want.
Okay.
It's all about all about political will.
Mm. Yeah.
But personally, I have even a much bigger concern. I think Ghana is in a bigger situation than most people can imagine. And the government would need every way possible or any help they can get. With this domestic debt sustainability, which impacts investors. On the negative side, I think the government has done so much to rehabilitate the financial sector in Ghana through the financial sector cleanup.
Mm.
And now it seems like they are shooting themselves at the foot. Right? You come into power, you do a whole lot to, in quotes, clean the financial sector. And then you are robbing them of what you claim you have cleaned up. That is what I see as the negative side in terms of the bigger implication on investment participation in Ghana. However, from the government's point of view, if you're a government and you have the sort of debts that a country has, you want to include every possible debt. You want to obtain as much as possible in terms of debt forgiveness that you can get. You want to amass your debt forgiveness. And that is what the government is trying to do. The government is trying to get as much as possible they can.
There's an option that's been proposed that you have almost some 27 billion in terms of capital expenditure sitting on your budget that you want to spend this year. How about taking out the individual bonds out of that? Don't touch that one, but make sure that you reduce the capital expenditure so that you don't spend that much in the area, which will mean that your debt at the end of the day will not be that much. Some are clearly saying that those are ways you show that you care for the people.
Qualitatively, I think that makes sense. But quantitatively, like I said, I haven't run the numbers. I don't know how much that would impact the government's operations and in the short term and in the long term. But qualitatively, that makes more sense. And this even brings into bear the discussion of transparency. All right? I think the government should be transparent to bondholders and then engage them, explain their position, right? Don't cover up issues. Meet them halfway. The government should try as much as possible to show leadership and then engagement, right? From the budget 2023, we noticed that the government is increasing their expenditure by 53%.
Yeah.
Well, it is difficult for me as an individual investor to forgive you, the government, who owes me an amount of money if you are still on a big spending spree.
That's an interesting point. Now, Professor Abloyo, the question I was actually bringing up to is this reference to capital expenditure that show that you really are in a tight corner by also making some sacrifices in those areas.
Okay, thanks, Rima. I think that's a good question. Every move of the dice has implications or trade-offs. Okay. Now, it depends on what type of capital expenditure, for example. And the essence of capital expenditure is to promote or fund future growth. Okay, so if you cut capital expenditure, for example, it means that we may not be investing in roads, we may not be investing in hospitals, we may not be investing in schools. Okay, so I think it's more about value for money. Okay, are you spending on things that are really worth it? Are we able to cut corruption? The National Cathedral, is it important at this time, for example? Okay, so every move of the dice has implications. Every decision has a trade-off. Okay, if you cut capital expenditure, it also has implications, even for the future growth of the country. So these are not easy times. The decisions are not very easy, but I feel like Dennis said earlier that if we're able to demonstrate to investors that we are actually cutting expenditure, we are prioritizing expenditure, then investors can say, okay, we see that the government itself is making an effort, it is taking part of the burden, it is also feeling the pain of this debt exchange program, and consequently, they can also try to sacrifice a bit to help the government achieve its debt sustainability objective.
Can we select which individual bondholders should be allowed to participate in this? Can we, mindful of what the likely implications will be like across the board, or selecting based on the need and of some form of assessment, can we say that some should be part of it, others should be excluded?
That would be very difficult to do.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
yeah, I think that would be very difficult to do, and it would also not send across clear commitment from the government to engage everybody, right?
Yeah.
How do you pick person A from person B? How do you tell person A deserves this amount of money, but person B who equally deserves it doesn't deserve it? I think it will be very difficult to establish that equity.
Now, when we talk about these individual bondholders, in all, how much are we looking at? How huge is the quantum that is going to make a significant difference if it's taken out of our current domestic debt exchange program?
Okay, so Raymond, maybe I'll add a bit to what Dennis said earlier. Okay, so usually you want to be equitable in the treatment of, let me say, a class of creditors. So if you take banks, for example, upon what basis do you exclude some and include others? If you take individuals, upon what basis do you include some and exclude others? I've heard some arguments in the media that pensioners, for example, should be exempted. Okay, if you take, let me say, somebody who is 60 years old, okay, how long do they even have to live in? If you take the life expectancy, okay, in Ghana, I think women is about 65 thereabout, men about 60 thereabout. Okay, so if you stretch payments to, let me say, 2038, you are more or less saying that the pensioner has to live at least up to 75 years to get something small. They are still losing a lot of money anyway. Okay, but to get something small from their lives, savings, toil, and hard work. So I've heard arguments that pensioners, for example, should be excluded. But if you exclude pensioners and you come to the working class, let me say somebody like me or somebody like Dennis, and you touch our savings or investments now, it also has an impact on us when we, for example, retire in 20 years or 30 years' time. Okay, so they are very difficult decisions to make, and I'll say that you want to treat all, especially within a class of creditors, okay, you want to treat all of them equitably.
The question I'm asking you is, if government removes individual bondholders, how devastating would it be to our domestic debt exchange program?
Okay, so I haven't looked at the numbers for that particular. That's a separate analysis that we want to do. I heard some numbers. I don't read it. I think about 30 billion. Dennis, do you remember?
We haven't. I don't have it in mind, but it's something we are currently working on, and then in the appropriate time we would share the findings.
So that's the next analysis we want to look at. The information is publicly available. We can.
The issue as to which yield to maturity should be used in the discounting is the issue I'll be asking a question on after this break. You're welcome back to our front. My name is Raymond Alqua. So in this conversation, I've been trying to get you to get to the bottom of this matter, the matter of Ghana's domestic debt exchange program, and two very distinguished academics who have put together a paper on why Ghana's program is worse than 100% haircut on the principal. I'm sure you recall the government said they will not touch principal. Indeed, the argument being made by the professors that if Ghana actually touched the principal, 100% of it would have been way better than the current debt exchange program, talking about how devastating the devaluation of the values of your bonds have been. First, they proposed that the first program that we put together was going to lead to some 72% reduction in the value of bonds. The second program that's currently being debated, including individual bondholders on board, is supposed to lead to some 66% reduction in the value of the bonds. Those are the conversations we are having with Professor Elikpili Mabloyo of the University of Ghana Business School, and also Dr. Dennis Insafwa from the University of Nigeria. The gentlemen have been helping us understand what this means. We'll be wrapping up this conversation soon. The questions I'm actually floating is one of the questions I needed to bring aboard before we actually conclude the conversation. So in all of this, what's the implied yield to maturity or return of the new bonds? That's a question that's on the minds to many people in this country today, including even those who are opposing the individual bondholders' participation.
Okay, so again, like Dennis mentioned earlier, you have different investors who have different objectives. Okay, what we saw from the data from the Ghana fixed income market was that the yield to maturity is currently around 50%. Okay, so for investors, that is their, let me say, opportunity cost of capital. Okay. However, for the government, it's not possible or reasonable that they can continue to pay 50% for the foreseeable future. Okay, that is going to wreck the finances of the government. So what we did, again, is that we did an interest analysis and we sought to compute the implied yield to maturity on these proposed new bonds. Okay, when we say implied yield to maturity, what we mean is that we try to figure out an interest rate that would equate the price of the bond to the principal of the bond currently. Okay, so we played around this iterative process, try and error. We played around with a number of figures, and the implied yield to maturity that we arrived at for the current proposal is an average of 7.5%. Okay, so what it means is that the return on the yield that should prevail on the bond in the secondary market if it begins to trade is an average of 7.5%. I don't know if, Dennis, you want to add something. Yeah.
No, I don't have anything else to add.
You were coming in on that one, so actually made room for that. But we need to wrap up the conversation because we are already running out of time. Gentlemen, what does this mean for the person who is currently crying about involvement? Should we have chosen a haircut instead of the domestic debt exchange program? And currently, the second question, which is also very key to people, is can anything at all be done about individual bondholders who are, some of them are extremely worried about the situation?
Well, the question is even broader than you have asked. Remember that Ghana's debt is unsustainable. The government is trying to find a path to sustainability. The domestic debt exchange, the DDE program, is just one phase of it. The government has to go through the same process for the external debt. So as the government goes through its entire debt restructuring process, I think Ghanaians would also have to be considerate enough and understand the position of the government. We are in desperate times as a country. And personally, I even have a much bigger concern. I feel if the government doesn't get this debt restructuring right, we risk becoming serial debt restructurers. What that simply means is that come 2027, when the government has to pay its principal, I fear this whole process would not go accordingly and we would achieve a suboptimal debt restructuring. And the government would have to restructure again in 2027. That is personally my biggest concern. As governments engage investors, which I strongly encourage them to do, I would also wish to encourage investors to try to understand the government's position. As a whole, the country as a whole is in a big, difficult situation, which we need everybody to come on board to help the government achieve its part of the sustainability.
Pops Ablo, final words on individual bondholders.
Okay, so thank you once again. Like I said, I would wish that individual bondholders would be exempted. And the question then is that if they are exempted, the money has to come from somewhere. And the government has very difficult choices to make. And hopefully they make very good choices that, like Daniel said, provides long-term sustainability. Okay, that provides long-term sustainability for the economy and also for investors as well. For me, I think they should engage investors. If it is possible, they should exempt individual investors. And let's pray that things go very well so that we don't come back to a position where we have to restructure debt again in the future.
I am grateful to you, professors, for joining this evening's conversation and for your wonderful research work that actually brought to light that Ghana's program is worse than 100% haircut on the principle of your bond.
Hello family, welcome to Home Tips with Mira. Thank you for staying, thank you for watching. And you know, Home Tips with Mira is all about learning home tips, DIYs and home remedies. Today on the show, we are going to talk about how to desalt salted fish, that's remove the excess salt from it, and how to also remove the excess salt from your beef, which we refer to as tolo beefy in the Ghanaian parlance, and even nane, pig feet. Yes, how to get rid of all those excess salt. The salt was used to preserve those things, but you know, in consuming it, too much salt is not good for your health. So in as much as we want to enjoy our Kobe and enjoy our beef in our soup or in our stew or whatever, we have to get rid of the excess salt. So today on the show, we are doing DIY, doing your own Kobe. That is, if you went to the market and you bought some extra tilapia and you want to preserve some, how do you go about it? I'll teach you how to do your own Kobe at home and then how to get rid of the excess salt in the DIYs. This is my salted fish that I bought from the market, the Kobe that I was talking about. So when you buy it, because salt was used to preserve it, it has a lot of salt. When you open here, you see that the salt content is there. So what you have to do is just pour the salt out and then pick your scissors and then you cut. I usually prefer to cut the fins. So now our Kobe is ready. I don't like to remove the gills. I just want to leave it there because when I soak it in water, it will still retain a little amount of salt, which will make the head of my Kobe when eaten very tasty. If the size of the Kobe is so big, you can divide it as to how you like it and put it in water. And in this water, let it be there for about an hour. After an hour, pour the water away and then fetch another water on top again. You know what makes Kobe interesting to eat is having a little bit of salt in it. So as you pour the water and fill it, you just have to taste the water to see if the quantity of salt in it is okay. If you keep on pouring and filling, you end up getting rid of all the salt in the Kobe and it wouldn't be tasty. And then this is my beef, which we call tolo beefy. That one too is used with salt to preserve it. So with the same process, we are going to soak our beef in water for an hour. Let the water be enough to cover over it. This process goes for all salted products, soaking them in water for a while and draining the water and filling it. But please, I just want to tell you this. Don't just go and buy the Kobe when you are ready to cook, because when you do that, you'll not be able to get rid of the salt. So right from the market, if you are somebody who goes to the market and buy things in bulk, immediately you come home, spend time and sort it out like this. And once it is ready, you just wash it, keep it in a Ziploc bag and keep it in your freezer. And once you are ready to cook, you just take it from your freezer and voila, it's ready for you to use. Whilst we wait for our Kobe and our beef to desalt, we are going to learn how to salt your Kobe. The opposite of what we are doing. Yes, so these are some medium-sized tilapia that I got from the market, and I just want to show you how to do your own Kobe at home. That is, if you cannot go to the market to buy. In order to arrive at it being Kobe, it has to be preserved with salt. Salt preserves it. Somebody will ask, why would I want to waste all the time and the energy to preserve this tilapia when I can just go right ahead, fry it or use it in my soup? Well, salted fish is a kind of fish which I enjoy, and I know you also enjoy, like how we have smoked fish and the sun-dried fish. Yes, so now let's begin. I've washed my tilapia already, so I'm getting them from the water. I'm not going to cut the fins, neither will I also remove the gills. I'll leave them right there. And pour the water away. Dab them. I'm pampering them. I'm reaching out for my salt. Here we are, the main ingredients in making Kobe. I'll get a couple of my paper towel. I'm going to place it at the bottom of the bowl that I'll prepare my Kobe inside. So I'm going to line the bottom of the bowl with the salt. I'm just going to fill it with the salt. The reason why I poured salt at the bottom of the bowl is to let the salt be at all the other side of the Kobe. So there's some down and there's some on top. If you want to do Kobe at home, use sea salt, pure sea salt, and it's not expensive. I'm going to use this net to cover it whilst I take it outside for it to sit in the sun. I'm actually using this net because I don't want the flies to contaminate it. This is a DIY.
A very good afternoon to you, our cherished and discerning listeners. It's another beautiful and blessed Wednesday, and we here at Joy Business are happy to bring you another exciting edition of your favorite business development program on radio, Masterclass. Masterclass is powered by Joy Business and brought to us by Goyle. Goyle, they say good energy. Goyle, Yenara, Yedia. Masterclass today is also brought to us by GH Genome. GH Genome at duty to decode. Masterclass comes your way every Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. and runs all the way through to 2:15 p.m. here on your superstation Joy 99.7. My name, as always, is Yabanafo, and I'm happy to be your host for today's conversation. Last week, we ended our conversation on corporate governance with Dr. Bernard Tete Dumanya. Doc, if you're listening to us, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for the time and the wealth of information shared with us in all those sessions where we had you here on the show talking to us about corporate governance. There was one thing that stayed with me in that conversation, and it's the fact that there are 4 principles of corporate governance that we must always adhere to as business owners, as entrepreneurs, as workers in every field of endeavor. And those are accountability, transparency, fairness, and responsibility. Those principles have stayed with me, and I do hope that you also picked up 1 or 2 things which is going to make your work or your business better. The information we share here on Masterclass is pro bono. You'd have otherwise have to pay for some of this information, because we bring here to you renowned men and women of endeavor, and they come here to share their thoughts with you. Today we're starting a different area of conversation, also to help your business, and that's the area of, and I'm going to say it as it is so that in the conversation we sort of understand the distinctions and the correct way to talk about it. Oftentimes we talk about it and we call it customer service as a discipline. There's a new narrative in the business terrain that looks at it and calls it customer experience. And so customer service, customer experience, which is it? Is it both? Is it one? Is it either? But when I look at these 2 phrases, there's a word that comes to my mind, and that word is perspective or positioning. So if I call it customer service, it's like potato and potato, or tomato and tomato. So if I call it customer service, then my lay mind, my non-customer service mind, because I have a professional in the studio I'll be introducing shortly, tells me that I'm looking at it as a service delivery from the one who's offering the service. If I look at it as customer experience, then I'm looking at it on the side of the one receiving the service and how I feel about that service and whether or not I want to experience it again. Whether or not I'm right, we will know shortly, because my guest for today is the founder and president of CXP Ghana Association. She's also the managing consultant of Ream CXC Limited. She's a global thought CX leader. She has a Bachelor of Arts in English and French. She has an EMBA in Strategic Human Resources. She's a certified customer experience professional. She's also a certified customer service expert. And she's also a certified professional trainer. This is one of the CVs that I always say when I grew up, I want to be like her. She's got over 15 years of experience in different fields of customer service or customer experience. She's done some work in CX consulting, delivering CX strategies. She's also a judge at the Contact Center World Awards, and she was one of the top 25 world CX leaders in 2020. She's currently the head of customer service and experience at the First National Bank Ghana, and she's done some work with Vodafone prior to going to FNB. And she's also done some work with PEG Africa, which is the biggest off-grid solar home financing company, again handling over 28 branches across 7 regions. And it goes on and on and on and on, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll do the drum roll myself. Our guest for today and for the next couple of weeks is Esther Dokua Ofosuhini. Esther, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
This is your CV there. Wow, it's impressive. Off air before we came in, I was telling Esther that if we begin to look at customers differently, then our perception and our narrative will change. So who is the customer? And this is what I think. I think that the customer is you and me. Because when you come to work in the morning and you sell your goods and somebody walks to your shop to buy, to you, they're the customer. When you walk across the street at lunchtime to grab a bite at that kinky seller's place, you are the customer to that kinky seller. So at some point in your life, even in your everyday life, we're all customers. So we shouldn't always be upset with the customer, because the customer is the man or the woman in the mirror. Esther, please, I finished talking. Please introduce the conversation to us today. Customer experience, customer service, what the differences are, looking at it as a discipline, and generally introduce that conversation to us, if you will.
Thank you very much, and warm greetings to all your cherished customers. So I'll start by saying in recent times, there's been a lot of buzz about customer experience management and its benefits to organizations. For instance, according to Forbes, about 84% of companies that work to improve their experience report an increase in their revenue. Again, it says 73% of companies with above average customer experience performance are better financially than their competitors. Hence, many organizations that we know of across diverse industries have taken steps to ensure customer experience tenets are actually ingrained in their organizations, leveraging on it for growth acceleration. And some examples are Amazon. Disney, Apple, Tesla, Walmart, and a lot more, and that is outside the country. Despite all these statistics I've highlighted, customer experience practitioners across the world, especially in Ghana as well, often face some challenges, especially in getting full buy-in of our senior executives and board members. It is often not so easy to demonstrate the value of customer experience as it is with other investments, right? Yeah.
It is.
That is why I think this is a very timely engagement and discussion. So thank you so much for having me on your program.
We're excited to have you. We're excited to have you.
So I'll start with, you asked the question perfect, who is a customer? And you answered it perfectly, so I'm not even going
So I'm correct?
You are correct.
Okay,
it's
so
anybody who comes to you
So let's clap for me.
Encore répété. So, yes, anybody that you give a service or a product to is your customer, no matter what it is. So all these micro, medium, small scale, huge organizations, multinational organizations, they all have customers. And it's across industries, from the market seller to the taxi driver, the trotro driver, the ice water seller on the road, to the huge banks and telecoms. Everybody is a customer of somebody. So then the point comes, if we know who our customers are, then what is customer experience? And why the buzz, right? Now, according to the Global Association of Customer Experience, they define experience as a chain of interconnected perceptions that a customer have of an organization across all their touch points and people. So if we say perception, you already know how you perceive somebody. It is a lot of relationships that and discussions that bring up a perception of somebody, right? Okay, so
somebody said to me once, says, your actions are speaking so loudly, I can't hear what you are saying.
Exactly.
Come to work early, be punctual, then you show up at 10 o'clock. When you eat, pick up your plate. You're telling your children. Then when you eat, you sit down there. You don't even watch. You eat in the wrong place.
So they are perceiving you differently. You're not walking your talk. Exactly. Yeah. So that is exactly what CXPA is saying. And touch points can be digital, can be walking at the branch or a shop, can be anywhere. And then the people as well, the people who interact with your customers, they all help the customer form a perception about the institution. So it is the disciplined practice of analyzing, anticipating customer needs in a holistic way, and intentionally designing differentiating experiences that deliver on the brand promise. What I'm saying is everybody is unique. So it should be differentiated experiences for different types of people. And like I was telling you before the program started, we make promises to our customers through our brand. What is the promise the Joy brand gives? It says it's for discerning listeners. So you give thought-provoking programs to your discerning listeners. Yeah, we have banks who have promises. For example, and I'll use my bank.
Go ahead.
First National Bank. How can we help you? So our promise is to help you along your financial
Those promises,
journey.
they sound very nice. So
beautiful.
We walk with you.
Yes.
Forward together.
Yes.
Believe with us.
Yes.
But sometimes the customers think that we're just patronizing them.
No, but you see, organizations that keep their promises to their customers, they thrive. If you give your customer that promise that we will work with you, and you deliver on that promise, your customers will stick by you. Not only that, they'll also tell people to come because they know you keep to your promise. So a good customer experience represents a promise well kept by an organization.
You know, there's a famous actress who, I think she's late now, Maya, I don't remember her second name.
Angelo.
Maya Angelou. She said, people will forget what you gave them.
Yeah.
People will forget what you said to them, but they will never forget how you made them feel.
It's a perception. So a colleague of mine in South Africa always says that customer experience to her is how a customer feels about themselves after dealing with you as an organization.
Wow.
And it's very profound. So you see, it's not what you say you are, it's what the customer says you are that matters. And most organizations will go around touting themselves, saying we are this, we are that, forgetting that it's the customer's perception of what you think you are that matters the most. Yeah. So, can I continue?
Yes, please go ahead.
So I think you brought up a question of the differences between customer service and customer experience. So now we have a definition of, I think there's one word we call customer service experience that is coming up. And that is purely customer service. So it is the assistance and advice provided by a company or an organization to those people who buy or use its product and services. So I want to buy something, I come to the shop, how you serve me. I have a complaint, I come to you. How you handle me at that point in time. When I'm angry, when I'm irate, how you do, what you do to me to calm me down. That is service. It is more of firefighting. So you train your people to always, as a touch point, handle your customers well and firefight and make sure that things don't blow out of where you are. That is service. Customer experience. One of my friends said I should tell a story. So customer experience is more like this. You want to travel to, let's say, somewhere, and you think about where should I go for holiday this year, whether internal or external, in country or out. You go on Google, and then the company pop up or a hotel pops up. Among all other hotels, you go to the website, and it's so easy to get all the information you want. And based on that, you make a decision. Then you don't even need to call. You go on, check the available dates. You can make your payment online. You book. They send in your booking, everything. And then you're ready to go. A day before you go, you get an alert or a call saying that, hey, we see that you are coming over tomorrow. Have a safe journey. And we hope to see you soon. You get then somebody at the station or the airport or wherever picking you up, and they are decent looking. They're like, hey, Madam Ofasuhine, welcome. It's so nice to meet you. You know what? This is our car. Come. They take your bag, they put it in the car. The car looks very nice. I'm not saying posh, but it's very decent. It's neat. Engine doesn't sound so loud. You know, you sit in and the person is very professional. They don't talk much. They just welcome you. And if you ask questions, they respond. Then you get to the hotel. They come for your luggage. You go in, then they're like, oh, everything is done. You don't need to do anything. Get your key. You go, the room is perfect. There's water, there's everything. If there's something lacking, you just press. Like, oh, we apologize. We're bringing it immediately. You come, no charges. You know, everything that you preempt is already there for you. So the day you say you're leaving, on that day, they call you, they actually prompt you the day before that, look, your travel time is actually on this time, don't be late. We'll give you a call. You don't need to tell them to set an alarm for you. They call you on time. They make sure that everything is as it should be. Your car is waiting. You go, they take you back. Everything is nice. They wish you farewell. And then the next day, you get a call saying, hey, did you arrive safely? We are so grateful for your time. Did everything go well? What can we do to improve? You know, all of that. And then you give them a candid feedback, and they thank you, and they tell you that they would like you to come and visit again. That whole story is what we call the experience.
You know why I'm smiling so broadly?
Why?
So, one thing I pick up from this, and I'm just bringing it up so that our business leaders can learn, is that communication is key in the delivery of the customer experience. So you see the same thing about your check-in is this time, your check-in is that time. Let me use myself. Yao, Company Limited will call you and say, are you checking out tomorrow? Your checkout time is 12 o'clock. But when they say your airport pickup is so and so, what they have done is two things. They confirmed your airport pickup, and they confirmed that you are actually leaving.
Exactly.
And you're not extending your stay.
Exactly.
So some kind of tact is required in the communication to deliver the perfect. I just thought I don't want to put that out because it contributes or takes away from the customer experience.
Yeah.
And granted that there are several variables that sometimes affect the delivery of customer service. What you're talking about is key. There's a kinky seller, the Amransa Junction, on a line of kinky sellers. Whenever people get to that junction, they stop at that particular place. Maybe you're selling tomato, maybe you're selling shoes, you're selling whatever it is you're selling, watches. You wonder why people stop at a particular shop. Granted that all the other variables are constant. And I say that because I know people attribute it to different things. The experience people have in dealing with you is what brings them back.
Yeah.
And so if you're thinking, why are people not buying my things? Why are people not doing this to me? Begin to avert your mind to the experience that people have when they deal with you.
Yeah.
We shouldn't begin to think that we're doing somebody a favor. And I think it's a big thing I'll talk about later in the conversation, but please continue.
So you are very right. You see, customer service plays a very critical role in the delivery of overall experience because it's to do with people. And the mindset change, which is the customer centricity, is also very key if you work with people. Because the delivery of an overall experience, a key part of it is people. Then the next part are the systems and then the processes. You have to enable your people. For example, this story I told you about, if they didn't have the system to check and see that, oh, you're supposed to arrive on this time, how would they have prompted you? You understand? So not only do you have to train your people, but you also have to enable them, empower them to be able to go that extra mile to serve the customers. So most of the time when you talk to customers, business owners and stuff, they're like, my people, oh. Have you empowered them to do what they need to do? Do they even understand what they are supposed to do?
Do they own the process themselves?
Do they know the process? That's the first question. Do they know the process before they even understand and own it? Do they even appreciate why they have to do what they are doing? If you don't have time to build capacity of your employees, then you have a challenge when it comes to delivering overall experience for the customer.
Which means that, I mean, essentially what we're saying is that you may never have thought about it as a business owner, but if you're running the kind of business that nobody else can make a decision except you, and everything revolves around you, and you haven't sort of delegated some of the authority for the purpose of the process, and everything comes to you and everybody's afraid to think on their own, and so they can't think, then you're going to have a service failure.
Exactly.
And it's actually catastrophic to go to the market or open your shop when you are not sure that every member of your team understands that they play a key role in delivering the service.
Yeah.
You put somebody on your front desk, somebody on your shop floor who doesn't. There's a joke. There's a joke that we tell. So a customer walks into a shop and says, I want to buy this particular product. Okay, I want to be specific, but in the so that you appreciate it. So the customer walks into, let's say, a pay point, and says, I want to buy this product. And the product is something that is done in that place.
Yeah.
Then the person at the front desk says, I had a bini how. You know, they have no clue
what it is the customer is requesting for.
On the break, I'll think of how to represent this joke so that you understand what I'm saying. Because they have no clue. How can you say a bini? You are a company that sells, let's say, A4 sheets.
Yeah.
Or you do printing and photocopying. And the person comes and says, how much is it to take a passport size? And you take pictures. You say, oh, we don't do that here.
Oh, I've ever had a situation like that. I just
That's
smiled
catastrophic.
and picked my own thing and
the person didn't know what it was.
Yeah, they didn't know what it was because it came under a different brand. So, I mean, it does happen. I mean, capacity building, training of your people is very important. In as much as we are going digital, the machines will never take over that feeling of dealing with people. That's why we have contact centers. Although we have apps, the person will still call the contact center. Just because they want to make sure that they are talking to a human being and they have some sort of understanding from where it's coming from. So it's very critical. What you are talking about, we will talk about it in the organizational alignment part of it, where you have to take your people along for them to appreciate what you're doing. But to get back to what we were discussing, there are three key things that I always say, three core elements of a good experience. That is accessibility, functionality, and the emotional part of it. I think before the program, I was telling you that I want it to work. I mean, I don't want to hear excuses. You gave me a promise. You should keep it.
Don't apologize to me.
Don't apologize. Fix it. You understand? Experience should be accessible. The product should be accessible. How do I get it? Is it easy to get it? If you're a bank, do you have a lot of branches or agents across? Functional. The products, are they functional? Do they work? If I want a card, does the card work? If I buy a SIM as a telco, does it even work? If I purchase data, is it working? Or where I am, I can't get data because there's a black spot or whatever it is they call it. So functionality
I can't help being mischievous, you know. So I ever experienced a situation where the customer is in a service, is in a place when they're requesting a service, and there's been a service failure. And the customer is blowing his top through the roof. And the manager comes in, the first thing he says is, calm down, calm.
Who should calm down?
You know people get upset when you ask them to calm down.
It's rule number. You don't tell a customer to calm down.
Say, madam, calm down, calm down.
You don't tell a customer to calm, especially when they are irate.
He says, don't tell me to calm down. Of course, it got worse.
Of course.
But there's a question I'll ask when we get interactive. But please finish
Yeah.
what you're saying.
So accessibility is key, functionality is key, and emotional. Does it give them the satisfaction as a customer? Do they say, wow?
The wow effect.
Yes, after dealing with you. That's emotional feeling. It's also the third element. So we have 3 core elements that every experience, customer experience, should fulfill.
It must be functional, it must be accessible, and it must
emotional.
It must be emotionally appealing.
Yeah. So these are the 3 core. And if you assess yourself and your business and you don't have any of these, please go back to the drawing board. And
So you're listening to us today. Ask yourself the 3-way test on Masterclass today for customer experience. Is my service accessible? Ask yourself that question. The offering that I say I'm going to offer, is it what? Functional. And at the end of dealing with the customer, is there an emotional appeal for them to come back?
Exactly.
Ask yourself these questions and do your own assessment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I mean, I don't need to go back and reiterate. You just said it. And then there is something I call the evolution phase of customer experience. When we started hearing about customer experience about almost 10 years ago, it was very random. People just did it, firefighting, like customer service, very, very random. And it was a lot of cost to the organization. And that is where, from customer service point of view, people say it's fluffy and it is a cost center. They keep saying, we don't want to invest so much money. I mean, why? We can put it into something else like marketing or what? Why should we give gifts and why? It's too fluffy. We are not interested. So it was very random and it was very, very cost intensive. We couldn't measure it. And if you can't measure, how do you go and say that this is how I contributed? So employees became disengaged because people didn't see what they were doing. It got to a point when you say I work at the contact center, people think you are nobody. Why are you working at the contact center? People didn't want to be moved there, you know. So slowly it became intentional. Like my colleague would say, she says, experience is by design. It doesn't come by itself. You need to design it.
You need to be intentional about it, deliberate about it.
So that is where you get to the intentional part of it. You need to be deliberate, you know, to proactively design how you want your customers to feel. And that is where the profitability comes in. So you have a shared vision. Your vision maps into the overall business vision, not just sitting somewhere. We want customers to smile. No. It should be part of the overall business vision. And the company thinks customer, they're able to proactively fix issues even before they arrive, you know. And then now the world is moving differentiated, which is more sustainable. We all talk about sustainability. Now even customer experience is going the sustainability way. How do we sustain it? For Ghana, we are still between random and intentional. We are still getting there. But I'm hoping that in the next 5 to 10 years, because of what CXP Ghana is doing, we will move into the differentiated part of it, where it is more sustainable. It is very easy to do business with other companies because of how they are set up. All companies will think and act customer. That's customer centricity. We would all, when we drop the service, we will quickly close that gap and recover that service recovery. And then we'll be able to deliver on our various brand promises. We will work with you. Everywhere you go.
If you've just tuned in, this is Masterclass here on your superstation, Joy 99.7. We'll be getting interactive shortly so that you can be a part of this conversation. But customer service, customer experience, interesting conversation. Let me just share a quick example I saw on customer service. We're spending time here with Esther Dukua Ofusuhini. So an ATM, a customer walks to an ATM of a certain bank and tries to draw cash. And after they've drawn the cash and they're leaving, the ATM starts to talk to them. And it says, "Good afternoon, Esther." And this was an 85-year-old man. "Good afternoon, Esther." He says, "Yes, it's you, Esther. I'm talking to you." He says, "Are you talking to me?" He says, "Yes, I'm talking to you. How are you doing today?" He says, "I'm doing well, but why am I talking to a machine?" He says, "Don't worry, Esther, you are fine. Peter, your son, it's his birthday tomorrow, isn't it?" He says, "How do you know Peter?" He says, "We know Peter because you've been with us for many years and we know he's your son. And he's in this other city. Now, you're wondering how Peter is going to come home for his birthday. So we decided to surprise you today." He says, "Look down in the enclosure. There's a ticket with Peter's name on it. We've sent him a copy. So Peter's going to come home for dinner tomorrow. The woman breaks down and is crying in front of a machine.
That's the wow experience.
The institution had mined the data to wow the customer. There was another one. It says, we know that your son is sick, but we've covered his bills, and this is a receipt. The hospital will be calling you shortly. It's done. Just an example. Mining the data and using it to wow the customer. I'm not saying go and pay somebody's bills or do something, but find the point that when you touch, it hits home.
As Claire Mascott said, experience is by design. If they did not design that experience, they wouldn't have been able to deliver it so well.
Final comments. We ran out of time.
Yes.
What should we take away from today's conversation?
I think from today's conversation, there are 3 key takeaways. One is the core elements, which are accessibility, functionality, and then the emotional feeling. And then also, let's try to make our experience to our customers intentional. Let's design it how we want the customers to feel. And then I'll leave you with the third one, which is a very simple framework that you can use when you are designing experience. One is your people, invest in them. 2 is your strategy, you need it. We'll talk about it next week. And then 3 is to measure. What is not measured is not done. So you have to measure your experience to the customer.
Esther Dokua Ofosuhini, the customer experience professional here on Masterclass. This is all time allow us. God willing, next week we come your way again with another exciting edition of Masterclass. Thank you for listening, and see you same time next week.
Ghana Club goes back to my childhood. Back in 1947, the civil servants who started this club used to meet at what was then the British Council. They didn't have their own place, as the Europeans did then, and had their whites-only European club. And it was only in 1947 that we got given, the governor gave us this place. And, you know, it was the first Speaker of Parliament, Niyama Olenu, who was the first president.
April 1980. That's when I came here. There was a lot of members as at that time. Dr. Joseph Rata was a member. Professor Adubuain was a member. The late Akosa, that is Professor Akosa's brother, was a member.
you guys will stop and you get down to like to meet the young farmers that like go enjoy. So now let's assume say you guys get down and the young farmers. Now you do the acting where you guys will get down, blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, ready?
Purchase your tracks today.
Hey, Minia, for here. Yeah, I can follow you.
No, count day here, so I just want to make
Honey, this is okay.
Okay, let's go, yo! Move! No, I don't roll. Come. Charlie, because of the card.
Spanner. Spanner way. Spanner. Allah. Now they want you. What's your money? Let me talk about music. If I work for the no, you did it. Bad. So far. You know, it's a Friday night video shooting, you know. That's why go. Okay, ready. Mumbra, yeah. I am monster in the number. Why? Okay. Okay, action. Ready. Okay. Ready.
Ala boss. Mam tunu. Ala. them, show them, show them. Boss, Allah.
wide lens, so everybody is so. I don't make that. You see, if the wide lens, so everybody is so. I don't make that.
Looking fresh and pretty, people got joy. I don't need no person, I don't need no questions, I don't need no one. It's a Friday night of alright. When we drop in this party, people got joy. So let me step in the yard, you flow from me. Everybody's watching me. Looking fresh and pretty, people got joy. So let me step in the yard. My friends are banging, money calling my phone like I'm banging, thinking, maybe you come in everything, possibly got my swagger. At me, please don't stop. I'm a demon that you need ASAP. I'ma give you all you need, full stop. All you haters are making rap, Stay at me, don't get shy. Now I wanna give you full pressure. Every me, I make them kill your shy. Everybody wanna be on my side. Hey, sorry, please leave my side, man. Phone don't stop ringing, now my friends are banging, money calling my phone like I'm banking, thinking, no be joke, I'm in heavy, making everything possibly, got my swag on, thinking, it's a good day, all night, all day, chilling, don't try me, start, it's a Friday night, oh, hey. When we drop in this party, people got your eyes all on me, stepping at the yard, oh, you for me, everybody's watching movie.